You've got computer audio down.
That's a good question. Should I do this? Turn it off.
Turn that off. Okay. Unless somebody's got video.
I don't think anybody does. Okay. Unless Chris does when he goes. Oh, what am I doing here?
Grab the top of it and move it over. There you go.
Okay, and then back over to that one. Maybe.
Yeah.
But for her senior year,
Oh, there we are. Fix that. Perfect.
We've got Jack.
Oh, you do have Jack.
Light setting. And what school she go to? Okay.
This one?
No, that's awesome. Yeah. In Pleasure. Yeah. There's plenty of things. Now, start it again. Yeah.
So we've got.
And drag that up and see what you get. If you like.
Do which one? Sorry.
You're okay. I did it for you. They can have a big thing every year. Yeah.
All right.
And then there's also one all day Impala.
Can you remind me her name?
Oh, Heather. Yes.
Still local. That's good. Yeah. Regionally.
Katie?
Yeah.
Katie Wheeler. She's our
I see her a bit
graphic
confident.
designer. Yes. She coordinates the exhibit hall.
Yeah, that's why I was
Whether you're ready or not, all that stuff.
So we'll go to Iowa State.
Oh, okay. Around the room. Good morning. I am Alan Kemp. I'm the Executive Director for the Iowa League of Cities, and my job is to welcome you to this workshop this morning. We do want to thank AARP for their generous funding of this workshop, and we certainly look forward to this work that we're going to be doing with the use of data, and specifically for the particular older adult population. And so I think it's a great opportunity to begin experimenting and learning a little bit more how we can use data in driving decision making. So I'll also do a little more information on the league over the lunch hour, so I won't take up a lot of time here. But I think it would be worth, probably going around the room and just doing a quick introduction so people know who's actually participating. And so, Biswa, you want to start?
I'm Bishwa Das. My name is Bishwa Das. I am from Iowa State University. I teach in the Community and Regional Planning Department. I'm also part of Iowa State Extension. Me and Erin work together on local government issues.
I'm Erin Molinix. I am the research director here at the League, and I also am in a shared role with Iowa State Extension's Office of Community and Economic Development, working with several of the speakers that you're going to hear from today. As you go around, you would want to turn on your mic when you're speaking, and it's a little counterintuitive. Up is actually on, and then down, the red button would be back off.
Jamie Lettering, I'm the Deputy City Manager in West Des Moines.
Andy Lent, I'm the Director of Finance for the City of Indianola.
I'm Julie Winter. I'm with the Council of Government out of Marshalltown, Region 6 Resource Partners.
Michelle Sponheimer, and I'm the Housing Community Development Director with the City of Marshalltown.
Jessica Kinzer, City Administrator in Marshalltown.
Good morning. I'm Sharday Kane from the League of Kansas Municipalities as a research analyst.
I'm Julie Betts. I'm the Director of Communications at AARP Iowa.
I'm Chris Sager, Extension Specialist in Landscape Architecture and GIS Technology, and I will be speaking later this afternoon.
I'm Abby Gaffey, and I'm a Community Economic Development Field Specialist with Iowa State University Extension and Outreach.
I'm Abby Hubbard with the City of Montezuma, Director of Finance.
I'm Gina Lynch with the City of Independence, City Clerk Treasurer.
Al Roeder, City of Independence, City Manager.
Chad Schaefer, City of Fort Dodge, Director of Business Affairs and Community Growth.
Scott Peterson, I'm the Clerk Administrator with the City of Lakeview.
Z Chen, Planner of the Des Moines MPO.
Right.
Well, thank you, and I would like to echo Alan's thank you to AARP for their sponsorship of both this workshop and then our quick action demonstration project with Extension, partnering with Extension and the City of Marshalltown, and you will hear more about that project later with Professor Seeger and Dorius presenting this afternoon. Before we launch into the agenda for the day, a couple of logistics or housekeeping items. If you would like to access Wi-Fi, I wrote in larger print on the board there our login and password information, so that is there available to you. Restrooms, in case you're looking for them, are actually outside of our front door and around the hallway on the back side of the elevators, if anyone's looking for those as the day goes on. We do have coffee and water over here in the corner, so feel free. This is very informal, so feel free to get up and grab any of those items. When you walked in with your name tag, your name tag was available at the front desk. There was also a release form. It looks like this. It's our responsibility for this workshop, since it's hosted and sponsored by AARP, that we get one of these forms for anyone attending the workshop. And if you'd like to decline the form, signing the release, let me know. But this gives us permission to use any photographs that we might take during the presentations today. And we are recording the presentations, but not the people's faces. We'll have sound and then the slides that are being presented as a part of the recording. So this as a part of this form would also include sound. So maybe if somebody asked a question, your voice would be heard on the recording, so that gives us permission to have that sound on there, as well as any photographs that we might take today. So if you did not pick one up, please, I will send a few around if anybody needs them. Okay. And we'll do that before we get started. Anybody on this side that needs? Okay. And several of you already sent those to me, so thank you. I have those as well. Okay. And I mentioned the microphones. The microphones will allow us to hear your voice on the recording. So again, up is on, and then down is to turn it back off. So with that, I will get started. In our first session, we just wanted to have a framework session, building communities for all ages, and kind of an overview of some research and literature out there related specifically to older adults. So throughout the day, you'll hear about specific themes, public finance, housing, transportation and mobility, and each one of those has a tie into older adults with our sponsorship from AARP. That makes a lot of good sense, but it's an important topic for our community. So wanted to get started with just a framework session. And as I was looking and kind of surveying data and literature related to older adults, I kind of kept tab of a number of topics, and so just for fun, I threw those into a word cloud so you can kind of see some of the themes that I found when searching through the available research. So you see a lot of the things that we're going to, again, talk about today: mobility, data, health, AARP, of course, represented there. So I thought I would start with the 8 domains of livability, these coming from AARP and the World Health Organization. I won't read those to you, but again, many of the themes today and of importance for our local governments are represented there. And the little diagram comes from the World Health Organization, the 8 domains of an age-friendly city. And I would be remiss to not mention the city of Des Moines has begun the continual improvement process as a member of AARP's network of age-friendly communities. And Julie, you probably know better than I do, but I think there's like 200, 300 cities maybe that are part of that.
So across the country, yes. And we added Charles City, Iowa joined this year, and we have possible inclusion also next year of Marion and Cedar Rapids. So we're expanding the network here in Iowa also.
Okay, fantastic. So I knew you were maybe going to touch on that over lunch as well, so I won't steal your thunder there. I just wanted to mention that at kind of a local level in Iowa, something that ties well into the theme. So I'm going to start with really the city level and talking about this for Iowa. Then I'll go to talking about some state numbers when we talk about older Iowans. Then we'll look across the nation. What is the data telling us about older Iowans across our country? And then a quick look at just globally today. And so at the city level, the Milken Institute does a ranking. So this is the 2017 Best Cities for Successful Aging rankings. And in Iowa, we have relatively few metro areas that qualify as a large city for their ranking. So we're pretty well represented when we think about that. Des Moines, West Des Moines ranks number 5 as in their ranking for best cities for successful aging, with a number 1 ranking for community engagement, number 5 for healthcare, and then 10 for employment related to older adults. And then also the Omaha, Council Bluffs, Iowa metro, with the number 7 overall ranking, with number 4 in healthcare, number 4 again in community engagement, and number 5 for employment. And so we're well represented with our large communities as well as really our small communities. So we had Iowa City and Ames represented in the small city top 10 category, with Iowa City with the #1 overall ranking, #1 for healthcare, and number 10 for education. And then Ames with an overall #3 ranking on their top 10 list for small cities for successful aging, with #1 for education, #5 for general livability, and #8 for financial stability. So also on that list in the top 100 are Dubuque and Cedar Rapids at 31 and 82 on their ranking. So again, we're well represented for our local communities in Iowa. We look at these different categories that are important to our communities. So older Iowans by the number. So according to Washington Post, Iowa is the only state that has not grown at least 50% in the last century. And so as we start talking about our older Iowans having the tendency of staying in our state, we can kind of expect that maybe this has a lot to do with younger people leaving our state and Iowa just not retaining as many folks in the state. We have over 500,000 estimated Iowans over the age of 65, and that was in 2017. So that's about 16% of our state population, with a fairly equal gender balance there. A significant majority married, and then 24% widowed population. And then over time, as we project out to 2050, we see that number rising to 672,000 that will be over the age of 65 in that year. So that's about 1 in 5 Iowans that will be considered an older adult at that time, about 20% of the population, according to Woods and Pool Economics. So a little bit more information. So we know over 500,000 estimated Iowans were over 65 in 2017. 73% of those were born here in Iowa. So we have a lot of older adults that have chosen to stay here in the state. 45% living alone, roughly 5% living in group quarters, and then 25%, 1 in 4 households in our state that have an individual of age 65 or higher residing in the home. And then 95% did not move in the calendar year there, which seems to be a trend over time, that our older Iowans are not wanting to move and want to age in place. And I know Abby's going to talk about housing there as well later today. And then about 19–20% that are military veterans. So in terms of poverty, this coming from the census, there are fewer adults aged 65 and over in poverty than the general population, but we have to remember that fewer folks from this age group are able to work and generate income. And then the number of counties in our state with populations of 65 and over that are more than 20% of that county's population are projected to triple by 2050. And again, I think there's a really interesting graph, and Abby has it in her presentation later, so I won't steal her thunder, but I think that statistic is pretty informative about what's happening with our changing demographics in the state and the need to really start planning for our changing demographics and larger groups of older adults in the state. So if I look now, still looking at the state of Iowa, but in perspective across the nation, and I'll start over here with the chart here, the states with the highest percentage population over 65. I know that's really hard to read up there, so I'm just going to tell you, Iowa is here, number 12, at about, again, the 16% or so of the population over 65 years of age. So I wanted to take that and just do kind of an unscientific study using Google Trends. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Google Trends. Yes? Oh, that's excellent. So you can actually Google Trends, and then it's a tool that Google has put together where you can type in keywords, And then you can see where in the country, where in the state. Sometimes you can look at a more granular level at, you know, the cities in the state or area regions in the state that are searching for these terms. So I typed in aging population and older adults, and I gave it the parameters of just over the last 12 months. I wanted to see how Iowa ranked in looking at those terms. So aging population is the one on the top there. So Iowa was number 5 in terms of how frequently, compared to other states, we are searching for aging population. And I typed in older adults, and the map there is a little bit different. There's a lot more shaded areas, but Iowa's still ranking number 5 for that search term as well. And I will tell you that if I typed in elderly, I typed in old age, Iowa does not rank as high. But I thought that it was still fair to put up here these terms, because under those terms there are sub-searches. So you can look at aging populations. Well, what are the folks that are searching for aging populations also searching for? It shows you those categories, which are a lot of the subjects that we're talking about today. When I typed in elderly and I typed in old age, there were some other types of things, elder abuse, or kind of things that are happening in media about scams related to elderly populations and so forth, where these two search terms seem to have more of the things that we're talking about today, or healthcare type of searches related to them. So I put that caveat up there just because it is still an unscientific survey. It's just what people are putting into Google. Last year at the Big Data Symposium that Iowa State held, they had a researcher, actually an author, he wrote Everybody Lies, come in and talk, and he really based a lot of his book on Google Trends research. And he said a lot about politics and different areas that folks could relate to, and then tried to pull reason out of, okay, why are people searching in these areas, and how could that predict the outcome of either an election or something like that. And he said that people are the most honest with themselves and others when they're typing in Google. They'll ask their questions to Google that they would not ask anybody else, and so it's kind of a fun way to take a look at some of that information. Next, so this is coming out of the University of Washington Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. The map is talking about life expectancy, and this is for at birth in 2014, just for reference. And so the pink and light blue shaded areas are those with the lower life expectancy, and then the darker teal blue areas that are shaded are longer life expectancy. So you can see Iowa falls in kind of the longer life expectancy area. So that's, I guess, good news for us. But some of the factors that are cited in the research, cultural, social factors related to life expectancy that sort of make an impact there were poverty, exercise and wellness, and then the quality and availability of health care. And then, of course, the research cites that there are factors clearly outside of our control, such as genetics. And so the takeaways from that research, I kind of summarized the study, but the takeaways: what do we do next? We rethink our medical care delivery, prevention for medical conditions, and then focusing on holistic and healthy communities. I don't know if I'm going to be able to switch out of, I'll do that at the end just in case. I don't want to screw up the sequence of the slides here, but there is a really interesting, and I'll send you a copy of these slides afterwards in case I run out of time, but there is a map there that you can go to. It's a U.S. health map. You can click on different terms, you can click on life expectancy, you can put in different factors such as alcohol use or tobacco and so forth, and you can see a map of the whole country for different topics related to aging adults and U.S. health in general. And then you can actually go down to the county level. So you can see what's happening here in Polk County and how do we fare against other counties, states, and across the nation for those different metrics. That's coming from the same Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. And then I threw up a link here also. This is a link to a journal article, a research study, where the researchers were taking a look at is there a limit to human lifespan? Because we know over the last several, at least few decades, advancements in medicine and technology and what we're doing with data and technology has expanded our life expectancy. But these researchers argue that there is a limit just through the nature of being human, our physical limitations, and then how we might adapt our social cultural norms around those limitations, that we've either come close or have hit this limit for a lifespan. And of course, it's a little controversial because there are lots of people that think that there will be a number of new innovations and technologies that will still impact lifespans. Kind of an interesting look at it. And then if we kind of zoom out a little bit more to the global population, to take a look at aging and dependency, these are both metrics from the Pew Research Center, but the column there is probably difficult to read, and again, I'll send these out. But to see how the U.S. ranks right here and the top rankings of growing number of older people in the country that were viewed as a major problem was the Pew Research Center's numbers. And for the U.S., here is 26%, and then the old age dependency ratio is 36. And then over here is the projecting forward. They have the 2010 versus 2050 estimates for people 65 and older. So the world averages here at about 8% for 2010, and then projection of about 16% in 2050. And then the U.S. is up here with a greater share of our population falling into the aging demographics, 13% roughly in 2010, and then 21% projected for 2050. And you can just see that in perspective of other countries that are having the same changing demographics and showing some that are lower than the world average, and maybe taking a look at best practices that we can share globally as we do experience these changes. So with nearly 90% of older adults wanting to remain in their homes and communities, and then more than 80% of those folks now living in metropolitan areas. So that might be a little different in Iowa because I feel like we do have a larger percent of our aging population living in rural areas as well. But I think that the statistic is still true here that a lot of people want to age in place. I thought that this was also very interesting. So as the year 2011 began, the oldest members of the baby boom generation began to celebrate their 65th birthday. And then from that year and every day forward, over 20-year time period, every day, 10,000 baby boomers reach age 65. So this is a pretty big group of people in our country, and it's going to really have a lot of change in our demographics. So for Pew Research Center, they say that 13% of Americans are age 65 and older. We know that statistic is a little bit higher for Iowa. And then by 2030, 18% of the nation would be that age according to their projections. And we know, again, Iowa just can be a little bit higher than that, about 1 in 5. So I think this is close to my last slide here, but there are a number of fabulous resources and research on aging and local government. I know if you went to the AARP websites, they have a lot of materials there. I wanted to put a few up here that I'm familiar with that are specific to local government. So it's National League of Cities and then National Association of Counties that have a lot of resources about how cities are navigating They're changing demographics, how their local officials can change the future of aging, and talking about the quickly changing landscape. So again, you're going to hear about public finance, transportation, housing, and then mobility in our demonstration project later. But these themes here are kind of bubbling to the top, and you'll hear a lot more about them today, and why it's so important to us and why we need to plan in our communities now looking forward to the future. Any questions now with the framework, or you can save them for your individual topics as well. Okay. Well, next up, let me just transition the, do you want? Sure.
Okay.
Either way, or you can.
Oh, I can put, okay, I need to look at the slides.
Okay, yeah. We will transition to our public finance topic. Is that, no, this one.
Yeah, the version 3.
Version 3, okay. All right.
All right, well, once again, very good morning to everyone. As Erin so nicely laid out the 3 areas that we'll be speaking about, me and Erin will be talking during the next 40 minutes on, is everyone able to hear me? Okay. On public finance data and issues in Iowa. I see some familiar faces. I work through extension, so I travel quite a bit, so I have some faces that I know, and they perhaps know where I'm coming from. But the way I'm trying to frame this next 20 minutes is to look at this as an opportunity to be proactive. We have some idea about how the future is going to look like based on some of the data Erin shared. So what I'm going to present is basically trying to share some of the work we do using public finance data through ISU extension, and then of course thinking about a few ways that we could potentially use them. Now, this is not unknown. There's been an explosion of data over the past decade. You know, every day that when you go to the grocery store, I think of that example. Every time you buy something, it gets scanned, that one new data point. So if a grocery store wants to understand how people living within a certain zip code that come to shop, they can take that scanner data and try to understand how consumers are changing based on changes to prices of various goods that they sell. You know, and why is that important? Because every time there is a sale, the store manager understands, knows from the data that they have how much the response is going to look like. For example, if the price of chicken is going to go down by 20%, how much they can expect the demand to go up. So data is becoming extremely powerful, and we are finding more and more ways of meaningfully using it. You know, if you think about it, most of the data we look at now all across the world has been generated in the last within the last 10 years. So the rate at which more data is getting available is astonishing. I get an email from my car company every month saying what the data of my usage looks like every month. So I know exactly all the parameters that I need to understand. So the point I'm trying to make is we are slowly getting used to data at a very micro level, more detailed data becoming more common and available. So the conversation that we'll have, we're having today is especially with public finance data, is on based on what data we have now. I call the future the known unknown, because the rate at which we are progressing, there's likely to be a lot more data getting generated in ways that we don't even know or we can't even anticipate. So whatever we are doing now is based on what data we have. So when we talk of public finance data, I know there are some finance folks here, but for everybody to be on the same page, when we talk about public finance data, especially at the state and local level, we're primarily talking about revenues and expenditures. Where do cities earn their revenues from, and how do they spend the resources they have? So for the topic that we are dealing today, so how can we use all that information for addressing some of the issues that relate to the elderly? So those are kind of the few things that I'm going to talk about. And I don't know if I'm stealing this map from someone again, but Erin mentioned to me that this map is important. So I apologize if anyone else has that map. Last night it dawned on me that it's important to share this. So what you see up here is basically on the left is the map that looks at counties, and the counties that are shaded in blue are the ones where more than 20% of the population is elderly, meaning 65 and above. And the ones that are in light orange are those counties where the percentage of elderly is less than 20%. So you fast forward to 2050, once again, this comes from the projections of Woodson Pool. You can see a lot more of those blue counties. So, about 30, 35 years from now, this is how Iowa is likely going to look at, where you have a lot more counties having the elderly population beyond 20% and more. And once again, if you look at those counties which have less than 20%, these are primarily going to be the urban centers in the state. The Des Moines area, Iowa City, Ames, Council Bluffs to the west. So that has significant implications on public finance. And the implications come in two ways. The state and local government finances, especially the revenues, are going to be impacted in a big way because as people age, the incomes tend to go down, which means that the state would be collecting a lot less in income tax. As incomes dwindle, the ability to go and spend goes down, so there will be a decline in sales tax. And then, of course, elderly live in homes that tend to be old, and once they reach a point where they're not able to maintain the value of their property, the property value goes down, and that has implications on property tax revenue. So from the revenue aspect, state and local governments will witness pressure, mostly a decline. But at the same time, especially at the local level, there will be an increased demand for a number of services. And Abby and later in the day, Stu from Iowa DOT will talk about that. But broadly speaking, there will be more demand for local services, and these come in a number of areas. And most likely, these need to be paid from local revenue sources. So on one hand, you have revenues declining. On the other hand, there's growing pressure to provide additional services for which local governments will require more resources. So those are the two aspects in which local, especially local government finance, cities and counties primarily will see the pressure. So we need to also understand where these needs will come from. So they could either be a scale issue, which means that if cities are providing certain kind of services, they just need to scale it up because they have more people that are elderly, so they need to scale it up. Or it could come from additional scope, which means that there are new kinds of services that will be necessary, which are currently not as important as there are more elderly in the community. So the pressure on the local government budgets could either come from more scale or additional scope. This also ties into the notion of small rural communities versus larger urban centers. I was reading the register this morning, the East Village, which is, are we in East Village? No. Okay, so we are close by. So the East Village is adding 2 more parks and adding more housing. And this is part of a strategy to draw more young population into the region. So the urban centers are at a more advantageous position in trying to address the demographic mix issue, which the rural communities are not so well situated with. So this issue of public finance stress may be a little more on small rural communities compared to larger urban centers. So that's kind of the setting in which we are trying to understand how public finance impacts the elderly. So some of you may know, we Chris Seeger is here. We have a fantastic data team. We use local government finance data at the city and county level to produce these customized fiscal condition reports, which are available on our website for free. So we basically help that to track the trends in broad revenue categories as well as spending categories. What this does is essentially allows communities, cities, and counties to understand trends not just in their own communities, but also in peer communities. So that's a big value that we provide. It is not just the ability to understand what's going on in your own community, but also look at similar communities and how the revenue stream as well as spending priorities look like in those places. So we use the reports as a vehicle to present data. We explain in these reports, if you have had a chance to read through, we spent a lot of time trying to explain how to understand and interpret the data. The reports are, they help improve understanding, but also the reports are intended to raise more questions. So if you're City X, you are spending a certain amount of dollars to provide a service, and you find 5 other peers are doing it at 25% less. It begs the question, what's going on in our community that we need to go back and investigate. So the idea is to build efficiencies in local government. And like I said, we have a fantastic data team, and yesterday I knew that the number of cities in Iowa went down from 942 to 941. I had somebody come guest lecture in the class I teach, so we had 941 cities. So as you can imagine, that plus the 99 counties, it's a lot of data that we deal with. But we have a wonderful data team that helps us, which is led by Chris, that helps us put it out in a customized and meaningful way. Also, we do a lot of workshops to go on and talk about it. So in terms of the, so in terms of the data that we use, just to give you a sense about the scale of the data, there are 941 cities. Each city submits data, an Excel spreadsheet with 13 worksheets. So that's a total of 12,233 worksheets just for city finance data. You multiply that 5 times, that's how much data we have from the cities. Same with the counties. So you can imagine we sit on a mountain of data, and it's because of the ability of the folks in our data team that we have been able to use the data in meaningful ways. A few ways that we have used the data, we have used trend lines, ratios, created indexes, pie charts, bar graphs, and I have a couple of examples to share there. Just to impress upon you, how do we manage such a huge data set, and how do we customize it to specific cities and counties? That way they can use it for their own local purpose. Like I mentioned about peers, we also provide these reports for free, and we also have a report where we actually include peer comparison as part of every indicator that we have created. There's an interactive dashboard that we use. We need to update that with more data, but that moving forward, this is one of my goals, is to use the interactive dashboard to continually update it with more annual fiscal data. That way these trends can be observed online rather than having to go download a report. And as you can imagine, we look public finance within the context of demographic changes, economic changes, as well as state legislation. We just had one contentious legislative session where we talked about Senate File 634, which is more procedural in nature, but it makes it a little harder for cities to raise levy rates. So those also have a role to play in how cities are positioned to deal with the future. Okay. So this is one example from the debt analysis report, which is available on the extension store. Here we have created ratios. So the one you're looking at looks at the ratio of what percentage of the total debt capacity that the city of Ames has, how much have they used up. So the chart on the left basically looks at the percentage of total debt capacity that the city of Ames has outstanding. And once again, the darker shade in the same graph looks at the average for the peers. Peers meaning that Ames is in a peer group where cities of more than 50,000 people were grouped into, and so that peer group would be the largest cities in Iowa. And likewise for the next chart, which looks at on a per capita basis, what is the total amount of outstanding debt. This looks at general obligation bonds. Once again, you not only look at how much on a per capita basis your city owes, but how does it stack up against the average for the peers? This is another way we present data. This one looks at debt capacity, of the total debt capacity, how much has been used up. So if you look at the chart, the one on the furthest right end, the data here has, the graphs for 4 years. This is a little more complicated to interpret. So we have each bar graph representing for each specific city how much is the outstanding debt and how much capacity there is left. And for the same year, we also have a graph that kind of allows the city to look at similar cities, how much debt is outstanding and how much additional capacity they have on an average. So that's one other way that we present data. Also, we have created an index that tracks the robustness of property tax base as well as the tax burden that people living in a community face. The farthest right two columns, the one that says capacity and effort. The capacity basically is indexed to 100. So all the 941 cities were grouped into 6 categories. The group index being 100. If you are a city with a capacity over 100, it simply means that in relation to your peers, you have more capacity as it relates to the property tax base, which refers to valuation. And effort looks at the levy rates. So if you are below 100 in comparison to your peers, the levy rates that your residents are paying actually is slightly lower compared to the average of the peers. So once again, this allows cities to understand the willingness that folks may have to absorb more tax increases. Des Moines went through a series of series of efforts to add that one extra penny of a local option sales tax. If you look at the index of Des Moines, which is not here, that the people living in Des Moines are already overtaxed when it comes to property tax. So the willingness to pay additional taxes is kind of a little low. So that's how this information can be used in some ways to anticipate how folks may be willing to absorb additional tax increases. Okay.
Are you saying that this is available to everybody at no cost? Is that what
Yes, it's available to everyone at no cost. Do
the city clerks know that?
My hope is yes, they do. We have been doing it for about 5 years. So I go out and do these workshops. It makes some people feel good about themselves. Numbers sometimes don't look good. That doesn't make people very happy. But we just use the numbers to create these indexes. And I have our website listed on the last slide. So I would encourage all of you, those of you who haven't had a chance yet, to go download a report. This is used widely throughout the state by city finance folks, as well as elected officials at the city and county level.
We will send that out after the workshop today, so you'll have the links where you can go to access all of those.
So, and then I'll add too, the last few years we've just gotten the data directly from the state, but prior to that there wasn't one big file with all this data in it, and so we had to go individually to the city clerks and request. So at that point they were all getting mass emailed the request for the data, and in some cases there are a few reports in here that won't have 5 full years of data. I got to count backwards. Yeah, there's probably a couple that don't have 5 years of data because in that one particular year, not everybody submitted to the state in that format. But if we can go back further than 5 years too, so if cities have data from 2009, 10, 11, 12, or 13, we will also take their spreadsheet, preferably their spreadsheet, but if we have to, we'll take their PDF and make a undergrad student happy to transfer some numbers. But that helps us get more trend data. And the report here only shows 5 years, but the dashboard, the new dashboard that'll be coming, is going to take a longer reach back. We didn't have that problem when we first did because we didn't have more than 5 years of data. Now we have more than 5 years of data, so we have to go further back.
Yeah, that's a very good point that Chris mentioned. So we worked in 2013 with the state auditor because Iowa did not have annual financial data for cities available digitally. So we worked with the state auditor. So in 2013, the state passed a legislation. It's now a law that cities submit their annual financial reports electronically. So, as alluding to Sir Chris's point, we have data for 4 years, primarily for all cities, and those who volunteered to share, we have for 5 years. I'm hopeful that the future, and that's what I say, we'll have more data as we move forward. 5 years from now, we'd have access to 10 years of data. That would allow us to look at trends not just for the past 5 years. And one of the things, that I think about the data set we have is, since 2014 until now, it's been a phase of economic expansion. So we don't yet know how the data might be impacted when there's an economic slowdown. So once there's an economic slowdown, it would be fascinating to see how these numbers get reflected in the trend lines. How much time do I have? I'll get done in 3 more minutes. Okay. So here's how I look at it. It's not looking at the future as a problem. Obviously this is not a problem. I think it's going to be the new normal. So as those of you who work for cities and counties and are involved in short-term and long-term planning, budgeting, not to look at this as a problem, but be a little more proactive. Include discussion during budgeting on the anticipated future needs of the elderly. Because this is going to come from a variety of sources, individual departments can actually assess what type of additional demands may come. And especially those working on capital improvement projects, this may be a good time to factor this into your CIPs, because that allows you to be a little more proactive rather than waiting for a time when you have a lot of senior folks living in your community to address those issues. So you can anticipate pressure on the budget and plan for short and long term. I'll skip this one and go to the last slide. So like I said, we have used aggregate data so far. One of our reports, which looks at the debt data, that's detailed. We have a lot of data that are disaggregated, and moving forward, we would certainly be looking at the disaggregated data to find ways to present it to cities and counties that can be used for a variety of reasons, including trying to factor in the rise in the elderly population. One other aspect that doesn't get talked about much is the need for qualitative data. We are in the midst of a project in Northeast Iowa, working with 6 counties, trying to examine some housing and workforce issues. We have collected quantitative data, but then I was there throughout the summer trying to do focus groups to actually listen to folks, what they have to say about those issues. Because quantitative data allows us to understand it to some extent, but people talk about their personal experiences, which sometimes is very hard for quantitative data to factor in. So in addition to quantitative data, I always encourage that if you can find ways to engage your residents in communities where you live, just talking to them, that allows you to get a much better handle at how they feel about a lot of the issues. That's our website, and I'll stop there. What was that?
That last screen. There you go.
Yeah. So, we have the website up there. And
Well, picture there.
Is it not moving?
Oh, resume slideshow?
Do you want me to call her? Okay, let me go call her.
Maybe.
It's sorted into their little projects that are active.
Okay, I have it on my screen, but you can't see it. So we will fix that.
The home office also moved with me. So I have my personal IT guy, my IT director.
Well, let's see. Sharing. Is it under sharing? Show screen.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh.
Oh boy.
I couldn't print them.
You remind me, so I actually called my wife, she had last week from a friend saw her board. Who needs prints out.
What if I click?
Look at all the, how do I get my printer? It won't print stuff.
Aha, it worked. Okay. And now it's not showing though on my screen. Now it's showing for you, but not me. Okay, I got it to show for them. but not me. So I'll get started talking while she takes a look at that. But no, it's not going back either. Oh. Let's go with this one. That's my boy. Okay, it won't. There we go. Okay. Clicking is not clicking. We have these. Sorry. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So Biswas talked a lot about why it's important to look at public finance and integrate that into our community planning process. And I would echo that. So today, for my part of the public finance discussion, I wanted to talk about the needs that are important to aging populations. So we'll kind of talk about what services they are demanding at the local level. Then, to go with that, we'll look at how are cities now deriving their revenues, and then what are they spending it on? So do those match up to the services that our demographics are demanding and asking for? I'll touch for a moment on debt history and outlook, looking further into where we are investing, and then circle back to planning. Oh no. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So again, when I looked at some of the surveys, the themes that bubbled to the top of a lot of things that I was looking at are there on the screen. Again, you're going to hear about a lot of these today: housing, mobility, accessibility, culture and recreation, and then public safety as a major concern for older adults. And in 2017, Welltower put out a survey of aging in cities. And the items that sort of bubbled to the top of that survey echo a lot of the things also that we're talking about. So a solid majority of people sort of in the housing area are looking to age in place, and most of them, according to their study, wanting to stay in their current city. Quality health care as a #1 priority. And so when we kind of think about that, that does trickle out to the county and state level, but we do have some impact as cities on quality health care as an emphasis. Accessibility was very important to aging populations. So both in terms of the research looked at, okay, they wanted to have still a face-to-face doctor's appointments. So there is an opportunity now with advancing technology to get a little bit more into the telemedicine scene, but if we wanted to have that face-to-face appointment, there's mobility issues that we can work on at the city level. And then technology still plays a role. So we're talking about smart driving technologies, autonomous vehicles, and new ways of potentially getting people from place to place and getting to address their healthcare issues and so forth. The next theme was relationships, mobility, and purpose. So older adults wanting to gather or live near their families, friends, grandchildren, etc. And then livability of cities with mobility and public safety, both in terms of crime and response bubbling to the top, but a lot of other important community themes such as accessibility, outdoor recreation, shopping, retail, cultural experiences, and so forth. So this is just a visual representation of the section of the study that related to safety and mobility. It's kind of hard to see, but really every metropolitan area there on the map shows the same top three concerns about crime is the orange, blue, concerned about lack of mobility, and then green, concerned about social isolation. In sort of that order, some of the coastal cities see the top two flip-flop, but they still are the top themes according to that survey. And then since this is the local public finance piece of the discussion, I pulled out one other piece of it. And so these are statements on aging, and then aging population seen as putting pressure on but bringing opportunities to our communities. And the top one, as far as people both strongly agreeing and then the total agreeing, are the blue and green bars across the top. That top category is putting that our changing demographics would put financial pressure on cities just due to the public resources needed to provide services to seniors. Some of the other themes there are living and housing, creating economy and jobs for seniors, vibrancy of neighborhoods, concerns about reducing available resource for demographics that are not aging, and then just vibrancy of neighborhoods. So those are what the survey said were the services that are demanded. So then it's interesting to take a look at how are we bringing in revenues. And before I dig into the revenue pie chart, I would just note that cities in Iowa receive less than a third of property tax revenues that are brought into the state. So then when I shift to the larger graph here, that big blue section, roughly half of the chart, our city revenues are derived from property taxes as sort of a stable source of revenue in the community. So you have some other pieces of the pie there, charges for service, other city taxes, and so forth, kind of rounding out that pie, but property taxes, again, the major player there. So then how do we spend it? Of course, this is an aggregate, and I mentioned that later on after the end of this presentation, we won't have time to go into the population bands, but I will send out, and there's an appendices to this presentation. So if you're a small community, less than 500 is one of the categories. You're less than 500 in population, and you don't want to compare to the aggregate or the large communities. There are population ranges, I think the same ones that you use in your reports, Biswa, that I've crunched. And so you can compare yours directly to a peer community there. So, but in terms of expenditures, where are we spending money? We are spending money in some of those themes that bubbled up in that survey that seniors are demanding. Public safety, the largest, that red piece of the pie, 44% in public safety. Culture and recreation also at 20%. General government is there in purple, 15%, and a lot of that is salaries and wages to city staff, and then public works in the green as kind of the larger pieces of that pie. So I have a couple of more slides. This is at a state level, and this is spending by age groups. So you have the younger populations to the left, over to the right is the older populations. And they kind of make sense when you look at the breakdowns. You have the younger demographics spending more on education. You kind of see almost a bell curve for taxable expenditures that might be related to income. And then, of course, insurance and pensions, and those expenses are kind of raised in the middle of the graph, so the kind of middle age, and then with seniors having a proportionally higher band for health care and shelter, and so forth. So then quickly, the same report from the Economic Review Journal takes a look at impact on aging populations, on state tax revenues. So both the per capita revenue and the projected total state individual income taxes are negative projections over time. So 2 minutes. Oh, I better keep going. So both the census and state echo that. And then, so then on the expenditure side, we have a little bit of a flip-flop, mostly negative projections for both per capita and total expenditures, in the state negative, with the state projecting the total slightly higher. So I think this is my last slide, but Biswa talked about his debt research, local debt obligations, and I also crunch local debt obligation information at the city level and try to take a look at where our city's investing. The State Treasurer of Iowa website has this information really in aggregate for local government, but the city picture, when you do drill down and take a look at those charts, looks very, very different. But the three largest categories, the utilities and sewer infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, and then other is a huge category. And that's another one of those cases that we would love to partner up with the state in changing the way that they report this data. Because when cities go in to report their local debt, if the whole project relates to utilities and sewer, they can check that box. If it relates only to transportation, they check that box. But if it spans more than one category, oftentimes they're checking other because it's more than one. And so just by visual inspection, taking a look at the other category, I would say it follows largely the trend of the graph. It is a lot of sewer, because sewer, utility, transportation, infrastructure, because those projects go hand in hand. When they're putting in transportation infrastructure, they're also doing utilities and so forth. So that tends to be where that purple piece of the pie is spread out over those similar areas. And then, as I mentioned, the appendices I will send to you afterwards. You can take a look at where you fall in your respective population ranges for this data. Any questions before we move on to the housing presentation? Yeah, we can certainly field some more questions as you're getting lunch going too. Yes. So I will get, hopefully this will work well.
It did.
Abby?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, and it's there. Oh, this is exciting.
This is exciting.
Now as I put the...
Make it
there
we go.
Okay, it's
awesome.
Here.
Have at it, right? So if I asked you, I'm not like you're dying for something to do, but if I asked you to put together a puzzle and you didn't have the box it came in, where would you start? What are some strategies you would employ? Edges, yes. What's the next thing that you might do? Got my edges all put in. Yeah. Okay, so I might say, oh, here's some blue. My picture might include some sky in it, so I'm going to sequester that maybe up toward the top. Right? So we might be kind of putting little clumps of colors together. We might say, oh, look, these look like flowers. We might put all the flowers together in a place, and we'll figure it out eventually where everything goes. I hate to tell you, that's kind of how we have to work with senior data, too. And the reason is because we collect data where people are, right? So we know an extraordinary amount of things about people when they're of school age, for example, because they're kind of kept within the institution from the time that they're in preschool until sometimes when they're in their early 20s, or if you like to milk it like I did, until you're almost 30, right? You're somehow in school. And so we know an infinite amount of information about kids in school. We know what they eat. We know their health conditions. We know the income of their parents. We know what recreational opportunities we have. We know where they live. We know what schools they go to. We know an extraordinary amount because they're in a place where we can count them. Likewise, with employment, when we're in the workforce, they know a lot about us, about what we do on our jobs. They know what we do for a living. They know how much we make. They know how long it takes us to drive our car to work. Down to the half minute, they can tell what your commute is going to be, depending on where you live and where you work, right? Because we have to figure out a lot of information that we need to know for our employers, right, to do with our workforce. So we know an extraordinary amount about people in their work lives. I haven't seen Scott. Hi, Scott. Another way that we know people is when they're in a specific place. So we might be able to say in Polk County, we can count everything that people in Polk County, we can tell you all sorts of demographics. we could break it down by census tract, we could break it down by block group, we can break it down if we have some really good GIS technology to a street, but a lot of times we know a lot of information about where people are. So what's the difference about seniors is that seniors are not a monolith, right? We still have the tag end of the greatest generation that's with us, and as Aaron pointed out, we have that gigantic population bulge known as the baby boomers, and then hello, welcome to Gen X, I have my AARP card. So we have a little teeny tiny generation, but if you were coming in now too, we're the first of us are AARP eligible about 3 or 4 years ago. So when we think about demographics, I also want you to think about housing. How do we even know what housing is needed, right? And you guys, I can see here a lot of MPO people here and people from COGS and people from the cities. A lot of you probably already know most of this. But one thing that we do look at when we're kind of assessing what kind of housing we need is we take a look at the basic demographics, the population. We look at household formation. So we might say a town of 50,000, how many households does that represent? Because that gives us a total idea of how many exact units we might need to build over the course of time. We take a look at population change, right? Are we growing? Are we not growing? We take a look at population by age, right? Where are we within our lifespan? What are our needs right now? We take a look at economics. How do we pay for the housing that we want? Through employment, through other forms of income. We take a look at places where poverty is an issue and the repercussions that has on housing. We take a look at the split between owners and renters, right? That's how we consider, it's called housing tenure. Within your community, we will look and see how much is open in housing that's available on the market, how much is vacant for whatever reason. A lot of times our housing vacancies in our communities are because we have houses that are not fit for habitation, right? Or that we have people who maybe use their house a portion of the year because there's winter here, and who would want to be here in the winter? 9 more winters, she's counting. So we have houses that are used only a portion of the time. So we look at that. We look at the age of housing within a community, and we know that Iowa has some of the oldest housing in the country, especially on our edges. Dubuque, Sioux City, Council Bluffs has a lot of extraordinarily old housing because it was settled fairly early and has been maintained over the course of time. We take a look at the split, the type of housing you might have in your community, between multifamily units and single family units. And we take a look at the size of housing because we want to make sure that the mix of housing that we have accommodates the range of family sizes that we have within our community. So we kind of judge that by how many bedrooms you might need at any given time. Not how many you want, because you got to have room for guests, but how many you might actually need to house your family. When we're looking at housing needs, we kind of take that demographics and we start applying some analysis to it. So we look at, within your community, what's the value of the housing that you have right now? How much does it cost to get a mortgage? What's your mortgage rate for a month? Rental cost as a percentage of income. We take a look at home sales. We look at new construction. And then we also look at units that have exited the market. What are some ways that a house exits the market? Does it pick up and move to the next town over? Demolished. It's demolished, okay. What else happens in Iowa every spring? Some of them flood, okay. All summer long, tornadoes, right? So fires happen. There's lots of ways that units disappear over time, and what we always try to do is re-baseline a community and figure out what have you lost since the last time we've been here, because we have to kind of make up for the ones that we know we lost before we can accommodate the population change that we're foreseeing. So that's one of the reasons why we look at things like that. So a traditional housing needs assessment concludes with what we're trying to get at is when we come to a community and do a housing needs assessment, for instance, we're telling you what your projected population is going to need for housing. And then we also have, at Iowa State, we use that model and another model, what is your workforce need? So we take a look, particularly working with rural areas, how far are people driving to get to your major employers within a region? And we don't expect that every small town can meet 100% of an employer's housing needs. So between maybe that town and 5 or 6 other ones nearby, how can you spread this out so that you're meeting the workforce needs of Iowa's largest employers? So that's another way that we look at it. We always take a look at affordability at various income levels, And we also take a look at that we have enough of a mix and a variety of housing that's appealing to different kinds of households. When we're looking at, you saw a lot of Aaron and Bishwa, we're looking at data that comes from the U.S. Census Bureau, the American Community Survey. Not all of our Iowa communities get the American Community Survey every 2 years. Some of them are a little too small for that. And then we have to rely on kind of 10-year-old data. But we also have Woods and Pool Economics. We have the State Data Center of Iowa, Department of Aging. AARP has lovely information on their website. And you saw some of the reports that Bishwa was showing. Chris will probably also talk about maybe data for decision makers, maybe or maybe not. We have all this stuff that we give away for free because actually we're a state university and you've already paid for us. So of course it should be free, right?
This is a question. When are you going to start looking at climate resilience and energy efficiency in housing?
Well, energy efficiency we do. That is something that we do through our College of Design. Also working with various partners like Habitat for Humanity, also looking at it through the policy level, particularly in how things maybe need to be zoned to accommodate efficiency standards. As far as climate change, I don't know about that particular part. So I'm just going to say I don't know. It would be my answer.
Seems like the green energy group actually gets any power and any money. That might be a useful piece of data to have.
Absolutely. I would personally agree with you on that. Absolutely. I just don't know. So when I don't know, I say I don't know because I can look dumb quicker than anyone you've ever met. Aaron touched on this a little bit. We have 526,000 seniors over the age of 65, 16.7% of the total population, ranked 18th, and that's going to be going up. You see, the split and how that is by the various age groups. And so you get of course, within seniors, they do split this out by kind of 50 to 55 age groups, up to 65, and then over 80. They call it the super elderly, which is an awesome thing, and I hope to make it someday. And my genes tell me that I will. So we also have different needs within the senior population because we have different capacities at that level. You saw this map where the grading of Iowa. And if you really look at that closely, we know that it's mostly rural. If you look just at Polk County, 61,337 living here just in this county, 22,000 who are just in Des Moines itself. But if you look throughout the state, 17.8% are living, again, in these urban areas: Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Sioux City, Waterloo, and Dubuque. Well, where are the rest of them at? Well, they're out in rural areas, right? Look at these are some of the highest ones: Dickinson, Audubon, Monona, Ringgold, Cherokee. These are all western and southern, right? So those are not just rural. We're pretty isolated. I'm looking at Scott because he's my only Western Iowan here. We're pretty isolated out there, right? We know everybody. That's why we know everybody that lives there, because there's all 10 of us, right? So, but these are pretty high percentages within these towns. Now let's look at some specific towns. Look at Wahpeton. 44.6% over the age of 65 in Wahpeton, 40% in Beaconsville. Now, so I have to admit that I have not been to Clio, but dying to go now. I have been to Diagonal. So rural areas we know are graying faster. Rural seniors in small towns, one thing we might do is they benefit more by having housing rehab programs available to them to help them age in place. And the main reason for this is it is insanely difficult to attract a developer to a very small town. I mean, because the profit margins that they need to make well, except for your town, we can get some people in, right? We have brand new housing there. So, but you have to have a pretty sizable population base. A developer has to come probably from a larger distance, and they have to have some level of profitability to make it worth their while to do it. So that said, you can't just let things fall to wreck and ruin them around people. There's this thing called deferred maintenance. I'll admit that my father started deferring maintenance on our house when he turned 45 and then lived to be 91. So, I mean, people stop investing in their home at some point thinking, I'm going to die. So we have a lot of housing that kind of starts to look pretty bad and starts to get unsafe and starts to be, yes, go on.
Just one question, the community development block grant for owner-occupied rehab is a big source. Is that something that can be used to make modifications for seniors?
Up to $9,999.99 before you then have to take extra money to get the lead-based paint out. Which you could do if you want to spend additional money, you could certainly do that. But yes, CDBG is eligible for rehab, for housing rehab. So implementing a housing rehab program in a rural community is a lot easier than trying to convince a developer to come to your town and in one fell swoop fix all of your housing needs. So, and even though as I said, one thing, who will buy grandma's house? I take a look around the room and I'll go, who's going to buy mom and dad's house? Because a lot of times when we think about it, all of our wealth, for the most part, is tied up in where we live, right? We have to admit that we're not the Kardashians. We don't have 10 houses. We have our house, right? And for the most part, our wealth is dumped in there. We just kind of call that our savings account for a while. But if grandma lives in Clio or Wapaton, or mom and dad live in Clio or Wapaton, who's moving there that's going to buy that house and take that wealth that they've been saving and give them cash when they need it, right? So we have to start thinking also along the lines of how do we make sure that grandma's house is fit to sell and that there's somebody who will buy it, right? Somebody who's moving to town. Erin went over a lot of these, but I want to skip down to the third bullet point. And this has to do with some statistics about Iowa grandparents are now caring for and housing 12,889 children under the age of 18. Now in the past, and things like the opioid epidemic contribute to this, right? So you're seeing more and more people. Does anyone here know or have peers or friends who are raising their grandchildren? Yeah. Okay. Well, what we did with policy in the past was we said, we're going to have these 55 plus communities where we're not going to allow any kids to be in there because I don't want to hear your kid and I don't want your kid on my lawn, right? Which, you think one of the reasons to get old is so you can yell, get off my lawn. But what we did was we said we're going to create these communities that are child unfriendly. And then we got to the point where, oh my gosh, now we're raising our own grandchildren and we need our places that we live to be more child friendly. Because circumstances have changed and the culture has changed, and we've put in a bunch of rules that are now making it difficult for us to adapt to these changes that are impacting our families. Erin mentioned most seniors living in group quarters would be mostly assisted living or nursing home. So we have a need if we have people who are elderly, seniors who are still working. We have seniors who are raising their grandchildren. We have seniors who that want to have the quality of life and have connection with their family, connection with the community. We need more flexibility within our senior housing that accommodates a lot of different kinds of household formations, which is one of the little demographics we talked about of how many people versus how many houses you actually need. So what would happen up until about a year ago, 2 of these people would have gotten kicked to the curb. Who would have gotten kicked to the curb? Gary, you can't answer because that would be cheating. The non-family members. So Blanche and Rose. Back to St. Olaf with you, Rose, because again, here we had places where we had policies where we wanted to stop something from happening. So we had college towns, our Ames and Iowa City, the best places to age, right? What was something we didn't want happening in Ames and Iowa City? Yeah, and why? Because we didn't want 50 kids in one apartment, right? Splitting one apartment's rent 7 or 8 ways and bringing down the value of the neighborhood, right? So all of a sudden now this again comes back to bite us because we are looking at a larger trend toward non-familial, non-related households looking at the old Golden Girls house or a Golden Girls neighborhood where you go and live with your friends in perpetuity and somebody comes and brings you martinis at 5. Right? Or a margarita, whatever makes you happy. When we look at senior housing, we also take a look at income, and as both Erin and Bishwa noticed, incomes are lower among seniors, but the thing is that most senior households have an income. There's very few senior housing households that are no income, right? Because of Social Security. We do have that safety net. The amount of money that's coming in through those federal transfers of Social Security benefits is $665.9 million. That's a huge, huge part of the revenue that Bishwa talked about coming into the community. So seniors are a vibrant part of our communities, and they're a vibrant part of the revenue stream that is funding our city activities. Mentioned that seniors still work, 102,067 still in the workforce, and almost 20% of senior citizens in Iowa engage in some kind of paid work, whether through necessity or just a desire to do so. The guy at Fairway who takes my groceries to the car has got to be 79 years old if he's a day, and he never misses work because that gives him some place to go, right? So some people are working not because they absolutely have to, but because it gives them some kind of purpose. We want to make sure that we think about that. Affordability and availability of appropriate housing is a concern. When we talked about grandma living in Clio or Diagonal, and she's going to move to Cedar Rapids or Des Moines, can grandma afford to live someplace else? And that's like when people start making individual household decisions about their housing, they might say, yeah, my house is falling in around my head. Yeah, I've been deferring maintenance since 1984, but my mortgage is paid off and my housing cost is basically just whatever I have to pay for taxes and utilities. So I have to somehow replace this that I'm getting, pretty cheap with something else that maybe is more appropriate and safer for me, or it's located in a different community, but I'm going to have to pay a lot more than I've been used to paying. So that gets to be, when we look at that, that seniors, let's look at the category in the middle. What that means is if we took that average income of a senior citizen, we have to take that only paying taxes, insurance, and utilities, and take that, and we could spend $875 a month on some other alternative housing as rent, or we could pay $1,250 as part of a purchase of some sort. And a lot of times people are thinking that they want to maintain some sort of an equity interest, so they want to maintain that equity that they have in their home and maybe don't want to become renters. So one thing we have to look at when we look at affordability and options for housing is, are there options for seniors to purchase rather than become renters, purchase and retain the wealth that they have within their home? So these are what the incomes, the guidelines that would have to be for them to make that. A lot of times it'll be because you have one well spouse and one spouse that's not well. And to make sure that the unwell spouse doesn't suck away all the resources that's needed for the well spouse to continue living, you might have to look at something creative like this so that you can kind of hide that money into a purchased option rather than into rental, because once that money is just in your checking account, they can take every penny of that for your unwell spouse, right? So people, this is nothing new to the AARP folks, right? But and anyone who's working with their parents on these situations, these are the things that you have to kind of figure out as you're working with them, is what are some ways that we can kind of bury money in places that it won't be found and taken away. So when we look at senior housing, that might be co-ops, it might be condos, it might be townhouses, it might be something where someone can buy into what they call a ringed system, where you come in perfectly well in your senior apartment, and as you purchase in, it allows you to move to assisted living or to nursing home as your physical needs change over time. Aaron mentioned that most senior households have not moved in the last year. Most of Iowa's seniors are native to Iowa, and only 5% of our total in-migration are senior citizens moving to Iowa. I don't know who told them about the beaches, but we need to stop. Disability is another factor that we want to think about in senior housing. 151,121 Iowans have at least one kind of a disability, most of whom also have some kind of public or private health insurance to help them cope with those aging needs. But when we think about disability, we think about the wheelchair. We don't also think that we have independent living needs, self-care, ambulatory, that's the wheelchair, cognitive issues, decline, dementia, Alzheimer's, vision problems, hearing problems. Disability is also not a monolithic topic. So what that means is that disability in senior housing in general is a design issue as much as it is a financial issue and a planning issue. Disability is also a need for ongoing supportive services. So we have to also bear in mind that no matter what population we're talking about, whether it's seniors, whether it's young families, whether it's rural, whether it's urban, one goal we should always try to have is that we provided them as many housing choices as possible to accommodate people's individual needs. Seniors also need to have housing choices. So we need more than this, right? And when we worked, you know, from the COGS, I'm looking at my COG people here, when we started COG rehab programs, what was the first thing that we did? Were handicap ramps. We all had ramp programs, right, to meet ADA. Or we'd open up, put a little bit wider door, or maybe put a bedroom down on the first floor, but we're going to need a little bit more than the big, awkward ramp. So certain housing, senior housing developments are market-based. They have to be go to places where it's profitable, where there's a population, where there's access to trained workforce, where there's other healthcare providers, nursing homes, and assisted living facilities. That's how they choose where they locate, whether they can make money. Seniors need access to affordable housing rehab programs that don't require them to take on much additional debt. These are the implications. Preserves community housing on individual and household wealth. Senior housing needs to adapt to changing household formations to allow non-traditional co-housing options and in-home caretakers. One of my friends is a professor at Harvard, and her sister is a nun, and they built this cool house in Sioux City where they each have almost identical pieces to it. It's like a big condo. Their garage is attached. They're not great sisters, okay? They have the garages between them so that there's not so much fraternization. So one sister's got a cute little 2-bedroom apartment, the garage. The other sister, garage, cute 2-bedroom apartment. And then the whole basement is a separate apartment for their caregiver. So the caregiver has her own garage, her own entryway, and she designed that to make sure that that was what she had available for her senior years. It was brilliant. That's why she teaches at Harvard, because she's super smart. But looking at those kinds of things of even having in-home care, in-home caregivers is something we need to think about. I just mentioned first floor bedrooms and bathrooms, walk-in showers. Those are all mobility issues, but there are things within the universal basic design that look at strobe light alarms for people who have hearing loss, so that you're seeing fire alarms, you're seeing something rather that you normally would hear, lowered counters, things that if you were in a seated height that you would be able to reach and be able to safely use. So they should also include those financial considerations for households that are wishing to retain equity as a form of savings. Any questions I can answer about senior housing? Well, thank you so much.
So thank you very much to our speakers so far, Ms. and Abby. Now we are, I think lunch is actually here early, so we're just a little bit ahead of time. So feel free to go and grab lunch. It's just outside of our doors here. There's a little buffet that they've set up. We can just eat here in the room, and we will pick up with some lunch presentations in maybe about 15, 20 minutes. Give people a chance to get settled with their food, and we'll hear from AARP and then our League Executive Director and Gary, to my right, from Iowa State Community and Economic Development. So, yep, restrooms again are outside the main doors here and around the corner behind the elevators if you're looking for them, and then lunch just outside the door. So we'll pick back up in 15, 20 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. That was one, and she got a variance. She went to planning and zoning. Iowa City has several different ones in that neighborhood. Right on schedule.
FYI, this was the email after our group I went to check. This will not be.
It's really speculative. And then you want to show other options.
Well, we don't have value out of this option.
Right, well, and they just don't have time to research it.
And do more webinars, phone calls.
We're trying to be polite.
They don't like it.
Monday. Yeah, very well. So, yeah, I was hired by this, and I went to Iowa. I'm doing this, all the data there is,
Oh, yeah, they're always just stuff ahead. Yes, yeah, red tape this for us, please. Okay, that's good stuff, thank you. I just got here, so we're close to a big draft of a solution. And then, yeah, we need to like, your, but, yeah, certainly part of the conversation is, okay. These all kind of touched on it a little bit, but, yeah, and I want to first, gentlemen in our, no, you're not, that's, you have cost of service for an older person who really kind of needs some care and more. Where they don't otherwise have Okay, so I know that the qualified, but they qualify
People that we did the energy efficiency house in Corning with, Council on Sustainable Communities? Council of Sustainable Communities? There was a group.
Sustainable Technologies, was it?
Stable, was COSC was the acronym, and they were
It might have been, is that what, the architect we had, she was.
was with Nadia.
Nadia was involved.
Mhm.
Now, so that work has gone on to, is it Rika, up from the College of Design? She does still a lot with, housing and climate change.
Okay.
And now, is this somebody in Iowa, or is this
At Iowa State.
Iowa
Iowa
State?
State, the College of Design, she's an architect.
Do you have a name with, write, something to write that?
Let me go get my pen and paper
I got a
here.
pen. Right, I mean, I got extra napkin too.
Well, I got
And,
it. I can pull it
and
off.
so you were looking for information about like resale of?
Oh, we've already
resale?
built the house. I
You're not,
don't
and you're
really-
not planning on
my-
leaving it
my
anytime
kids don't have to
soon?
worry about reselling it.
They might want it. They might want to keep it living until
They
they're
may
90
very well,
there, don't you think?
But,
And this was in Dallas Center?
yeah, it's got a whole lot of features in it that are kind of neat.
So you did solar and?
It's solar, geothermal. Even when our total energy bill last year, and that's when we had our solar panels covered for 2 solid months from snow.
Wow.
And our bill for the year was $400. All electric home.
Wow.
And that one was a really bad year for us. The first two
Uh-huh.
were zero.
Wow.
Well, I pay $9 a month. That's our minimum. payment.
So are you net metering back
Yeah.
into, okay, so, and that's going to who? To Alliance?
Mid-America.
To Mid-American, okay.
But as far as banks are concerned or anything else, none of that has any value.
I can imagine that, I'm sitting here thinking, if your question is, how do you
86, 87. So I don't have anybody around.
What happened was,
But I guess I would say, we have our first day, but we did an inventory, and so, oh, okay, oh, yeah, yeah, so we actually, we developed, an iPad, okay, well, just shoot me a note, and then I'll get you. All right, very good, okay.
You want to be separate? You have water and sewer, they collect it for you. Yeah, but we have sources. They control water. Do they bill you for the billing service? Water and meter.
What's the money you have to do with that one?
See, I don't mind having it. But I wouldn't go. I think it's fun. Although I think there is he needs them right there. He just said that with doing it online. Yeah. I don't know if they're available. Yeah. Ready? Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit. Sorry,
No, I've been there for about 2 years.
And it's fairly young, because, my city clerk has been there for a while.
Yeah, I would say at least 30 probably.
What's that?
I said probably at least 30 years.
And you get to be invincible before you down the road. Down the highway. Yeah. Got it. I was looking for any kind of rules. I came up with these. I was going back to the 80s and 90s. Yeah, then I started. We're not doing it right then. Because they were not restricting the power.
Yeah, I did.
Gina keeps finding. Well, we don't have to look very hard because it keeps sneaking up. It's not.
We were just lucky. I don't know. Same
You show us that's what I'm saying. That are updated. The old website.
So, we got to you when, before I arrived. We got them and really, and the guy who does our audit.
No, I put some on that.
We were, some of the things we were doing, like property tax reflection, we weren't. Some of the property tax were, some of the property.
What side?
I know, I try not to bring it to like jointly sponsored things, but I had no other option today, so it's here.
But the problem with being a state auditor, we're the training ground.
They don't know what enterprise, like, explain that to them during the audit.
Yeah.
They're, why would you do this, right, well, enterprise.
Oh, I guess that's the option, you state auditors, we need to use our fee, they have to be.
But our council has an auditor. They've been using an auditor for years. Actually, the state here, they said, this is wrong. Right, the same situation you had, I gotta go out and find somebody else. They just brought the state
Good people, they don't get paid by attorney,
we had the guy that was the state auditor about 5 years. First couple of years, he was right. Anyway, he was really very good. He worked for most of himself, he had a couple of his, most of himself. And if we could answer, he had some good no, you don't want that. You want to go through this real thing, right? We are not going but the problem with the state auditor is we get new ones every year. And training every year.
That's what I was having from. Yeah, you are. And that's why I do that. We were gonna go down. Now I got a now I knew used to do our they moved to a new building and started saying new building they pay you for it. Which I And I said, our and still two there. And I sent her to kind of like kind of an informal succession plan. She's actually should have something. They were switching over to a different.
I was there, first of all, the job was switching to third, in 4 years.
Okay, folks, I think we're about ready to get our final afternoon session started. We will have our faculty members from Iowa State University and Extension. We have Chris Seeger and Cass Dorius, and thank you very much. I'll turn it over to you, Cass.
Thank you. And the person who's not here, but we've listed up there, is Sally Keller, who directs the Social and Decision Analytics Division at the Biocomplexity Institute at the University of Virginia, which is such a long title and name, but she is actually one of the people that has helped innovate this process we'll talk about. So I am genuinely excited to be here. You know, this is one of the first times we've had a chance to, Chris and I have had a chance to come out and talk with people about the community learning through data discovery process. And this is a way of approaching how to solve local problems with data that was developed between Iowa State and Virginia Tech and the University of Virginia. And so it's this new way about thinking about problems that we're really happy to be here and think about with you. So at the underlying level, the idea is that data is changing quickly, and the amount of data that we have and what we can use it for is just rapidly shifting under our feet all of the time. So data are now being collected while people are going about their daily lives in real life situations. And so there are these natural flows of data with things like social service data, request for snow removal, applying for a permit, making a 911 call. You know, whatever these sort of data are, they kind of have begun to characterize people's lives and the cities that we live in. And just like as a small example, I wear this watch that collects all of this data on me. And now I do funny things, like I now monitor how my heart rate changes depending on who I have meetings with. And I've learned that there are people that, like, my heart rate just skyrockets. And then there are other people who are way higher up in the food chain who do not stress me out at all. So I'm using data regularly to plan when my meeting should be with certain types of people, and I'm making all of these adjustments. And it's, in some ways it's so silly, and in other ways it's like, no, there is available data and we can use it to help us make better decisions. So that's what we're trying to do at your community level. And we're looking at this, you know, people have been saying big data for a long time, and we want to throw that idea out. It's not about big data, it's that there's all types of data, and we're looking to pull in all types of data for this data revolution so we can start understanding how to help and solve the problems that you have, including lots of infrastructure type of data, environmental data, and data about people. And then there's this great big research model. And this is the essence of the community learning through data discovery process. And we are going to talk about one little part of this process today. But in general, what this means is that researchers like myself, Chris is also a researcher, but he wears his extension hat as well. He's an extension faculty member. That researchers and extension members or faculty members work together, and we go to communities and we say, what is your problem? What do you need help with? I was in a meeting last year, and there was a man who said, you know what I hate? I hate that academics think that they're like Navy SEALs, and they drop down from the ceiling, and they're all specialty, and then they come and tell you what your problem is, and then they think that they solved it, and then they go back up in the ceiling, and you never see them again, and it's super annoying, and I hate working with academics. And I totally feel that pain, that is super annoying, and I can see why that's such a problem. And one of the things that I love about this process is we don't come in and tell people what their problems are. So we'll go to communities and say, you tell us what your problem is, and then we work with community leaders to identify those issues and formulate the questions, and then we go on to try and find data that will help answer those. And so that is part of what we'll be talking about today, is the engagement process. But in the larger framework, then we go back and we do things where we help integrate the data and create usable information that we can take back to cities and to people. And this becomes kind of this cyclical process where we engage, and then we ask, and then we test whether it worked or not, and then we go back to people, and then we talk about whether it worked, and we kind of start over and over again. The key part about this vision, I would say, is that it's not about collecting new data. So I want to be really clear about that. The goal of this process is just to utilize existing data in new ways, like my watch to determine when I will allow my heart rate to spike. At the end of the day is better at the beginning of the day for me. So whatever. So we'll find your data, we'll help you work with it, and then the goal here is to build capacity. And the reason we create this partnership network is because a lot of places, and this is actually, Marshalltown has so much capacity. This is almost a bad example because you guys have your act together so well. But there are a lot of places where there isn't the capacity either in the personnel resources or the technical resources to create some of these data pipelines. And so it's really about helping communities build their capacity in that first step so that they can continue to do it on their own. But before we can go find data, and before we can start even thinking through this process, we have to figure out what the problem is. And I love this statement that a well-stated problem is a problem half solved. So if we really know what we're looking for, then we can find better data, and we can help find better answers. On the left-hand side of the screen, it shows that there are a few elements of what makes an effective, if you're trying to figure out a problem for your community, how can you make that problem statement really effective? And it's be concise, be clear, be specific, and be outcome-driven. And so the problem that was shared with me to talk about with you today, which I appreciate, I thought met all these goals, and I thought it was a great problem. So how can Marshalltown improve its infrastructure and transportation services to better accommodate the mobility needs of older residents? It's clear, we understand what the outcome is, and it's very specific. And when we have a very specific problem, we're able to think about, like, well, what are the pieces of that problem? Because those pieces are all things that we can start brainstorming data about. And I don't think I've said this yet. That's going to be the goal of this little activity that I'm going to run, is how can we better how can we think about data to solve this problem? So some of the themes that come out here are going to be, this is a mid-sized community. We're going to be looking at the infrastructure and the transportation impact and how we might change that. We need to consider what mobility needs are, what does that mean, and what will that mean for transportation? And we need to make sure that we're considering the aging population. I'm going to pause for a second. Are there any, I came into this late, I didn't have a chance to meet you all. Any questions, concerns? Are we all on the same page right now before I keep moving? Are we? Yeah? Awesome. Great. Okay. So then we get through this process. We talked about this wheel, and it's cyclical, and we help people collect data, and then we help them find answers, and then they tell us how could we do it better and how could we change it. And then it's really this four-step piece in data discovery. We're here today to talk about data discovery, but because data discovery is iterative, it really encompasses these next three things, and then you kind of do it over and over again. So you begin with the data inventory, and we're going to work on that together today, which it's the broadest. It's where you say, what is your wish list? What would you love to find answers to for information related to your research question, and who could possibly share that data? And then in the step that we won't do today, but it's a really critical step, is you have to screen that data and say, well, what standard, is this actually usable? You know, I've gone through this process with people, and we thought of really like wonderful, amazing data, and then it was either too expensive, or it really didn't have the population we needed, or in the Marshalltown case, it just was before the tornado, and so we couldn't, it wasn't really usable for thinking about things afterwards. the data screening process becomes really important. And then once we've decided like this was interesting data and it passes our screening modules, then we're ready to go and try and get that data so that we can use it to help answer the questions. And at that point, we might start over and say, well, now are we missing? What are the gaps? And then we could go back and kind of inventory, screen, and acquire data again. And today, as I mentioned, we're going to focus on this data inventory piece. So before we get there, because I will be asking you to brainstorm for a few minutes with me, I want to first try to expand what we're thinking about when we say data. And the first piece is to just really consider all data sources. So there are lots and lots of types of data that we could pull from to answer a question like transportation in Marshalltown. And there's design data that people are purposefully collecting, and that could be things from surveys or spatial. And I gave some examples that are hard to read on the bottom, but that might be census surveys or the Center for Disease Control surveys or the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the National Center for Education Statistics. Those are the sort of surveys that researchers like me use all the time to do our work. But there's also administrative data, birth records, tax records, FCC data. This is actually where I did not introduce myself properly, but this is where I spend my time. So I work with the state and help them. We have just finalized all of our legal agreements between 7 agencies to link their administrative data to help them solve their own pressing problems. So linking administrative data and the governance behind that and the legal behind that is something where I spend a lot of my time and days thinking about. And then there's opportunity data, and one of Chris and I's partners on this team is very good at opportunity data, and that might be all the social media data that's constantly pouring, and some through these smart city initiatives, they're just going through opportunity data every day and looking and seeing what's emerging, and that's where they're finding out things like potholes. So they're also finding out that there's a lot of negative words are coming up in this one area and what's going on. And so this opportunity data is increasingly being used to understand the pulse of communities. And then we have procedural data. These might be bills, laws, rulings, legal briefs. And this is stuff that really helps us figure out where our right to be is and what we can talk about and think about sometimes, as well as new opportunities for answering some of the questions at hand. And this is a big slide, but don't worry, you don't have to read all of this. But I want to say, in addition to thinking really broadly about where data might come from, before we brainstorm, I also want to say we should also be able to think really broadly about all of the places and all of the domains of data. So that could include things like, you see these circles, and I almost never give any sort of PowerPoint without some sort of circle diagram. For some reason, that's the way my brain works. Like, yes, we have these people that are inside these neighborhoods, who are inside these cities, who are inside these states. And at each one of those levels, we might have different kinds of information. And some information might come from multiple levels. So you see under the neighborhood factors, which is on the left-hand side, halfway down, that some of this neighborhood information is available at the state level, and some is available at the city or county level, and some is available at the neighborhood level. So we might be able to pull in some domain from across different levels. Now this was just brainstorming, thinking about what sort of variables, I'm saying variables, but what are the different ideas that we might want to think about when we think about transportation? So in that top box, those are just, again, this is me brainstorming, the things like availability, accessibility, the type, the coverage, the seasonal and hours of operation, the number of riders. We might just want to get some details like that. But to really answer this question about how do we help an aging population, it would also probably be helpful to have lots of other information to put around that. Things like, what are the neighborhood factors? Is it important to target certain neighborhoods versus others? And what is the sort of stuff we would need to consider if we were thinking about that? I am a demographer, so those community demographics are super critical to me. What is the age distribution? How many people are we talking about in this aging population? And what's the group right behind them? Because what we have right now is this very large, through America, we have this very large group that's going to be hitting retirement every day over the next 20 years, and we need to be thinking about how are we meeting their needs, because this is going to be in the same way that when this group was all born, right after, in the late 50s and early 60s, we suddenly had to revamp and get all these schools everywhere in America, this huge growth in building schools. And now we're going to have this huge growth in retirement centers and other things as we have an aging population. So really understanding how that's shifting and what that means for our communities, how education is changing and shifting, income and wealth, and race, ethnicity, those will all play a big part in some of these decisions that we have to make. As well as these critical things that Erin thinks about all the time, like the property factors, the housing factors, and some of these business development factors. So these would all might be relevant domains in what we're thinking about for transportation. And I know that's a ton, but the whole point here is to be like, let's free our minds, and then we're going to brainstorm, and we're going to write down all of our ideas, and at the end of it, then we're going to say, oh great, Chris, here's some ideas, you go figure out what actually works. So our job is to think broadly, and then we can push back and see what we can actually find. So, you know, it sounds like, is Stu in here, or has Stu left? Stu left. I heard Stu did, I wish I had Stu's presentation, because I heard he came in and blew everyone's mind with like how much data is available. That's what this slide was supposed to show you. So instead, just think about what Stu told you. You don't have to think about this. This was a project the University of Virginia did to look at broadband availability in one community. And this was the list that they came up with when they brainstormed. And I was just impressed by how specific all of those broadband data sets were, and really thinking about what the impact of that broadband might be on their community. So here's just an example to just let us know that this is the sort of stuff that the data in the wild, that there are these publicly available data sources all over that we can start thinking about. And we would insert Stu here. And then I'd say, I just want to back us, I've been saying, let's think super, super big, and then I want to get really concrete and say, sometimes thinking really small is also helpful. So this is just taking some of the most commonly used data, so from the Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, which is under the Census Bureau, the National Center for Education Statistics at the Department of Education. This is just a few pieces of information from these widely known data sets. And this is about Marshalltown, and we presented this when we first met with Marshalltown a long time ago now. But it really makes the point, I think, clear that sometimes simple numbers help us frame the questions that we're thinking about. So in this case, you know, you can see that Marshalltown is growing, but you can see that although the total population is growing a little bit, what's really growing inside that population is the percent Hispanic Latino. That this number is really growing, and that means there's a change underfoot in Marshalltown, and we need to be thinking about that. And the linguistically isolated population is higher in Marshalltown than in the county or in Iowa as a whole or the United States as a whole. We also have a larger Hispanic or Latino population in the city of Marshalltown compared to the county, the state, or the country as a whole. And it's really important to say what are some of the specific things that we need to be thinking about. So as we're thinking about an aging population in Marshalltown, this would tell me we also need to think about, is there an aging Hispanic or Latino population, and what does that mean? And then the free and reduced price lunch eligible. This is just a quick indicator that people often use to think about poverty in places, especially among youth. And we see that it is higher in Marshalltown than in our other comparisons. Although we have very high graduation rates in Marshalltown, way to go. And the last one, that households with no motor vehicle, is actually higher. So we have kids that might be vulnerable, and we need to think about how we're changing access and mobility for an aging population if that pulls back resources for children, because we seem to have a vulnerable child population as well. But all in all, more residents in Marshalltown might need access to transportation compared to other places in the state. So just these little pieces of information might help us frame who we need to look at. You know, that just because we're looking at aging doesn't mean we shouldn't consider the other age groups that it will impact. And even though Marshalltown is predominantly white, as we see that the Hispanic and Latino population is growing, how should that come into play as well? Here's one more, and we'll just kind of quickly go over this. This was the travel, and it's a really cool map. In 2002 and in 2015, you can see that how far people traveled. The farther the circles go out is the farther the distance they're traveling every day. And in the bottom, you can see that the distance traveled, that an increasing number of people are traveling really far out of town to go to their primary job. So as we're thinking about these aging populations, we also need to think, at what level are we saying aging? Are these people that might still be in the workforce or volunteering and might be going further out than they were before? And now we get a brainstorm. So I just want to show you the simple and the big, and then just take a few minutes to think about it. So if everyone just grab one of these pieces of paper, This is the data discovery exercise where we think about what information, and sometimes people have a hard time thinking about the difference between data and information. So I want to say, what information would be interesting to address this Marshalltown problem? And that could basically be anything that you would find useful. It doesn't have to be like a data set that's clean, so just what information. And what data resources come to mind when we think about that problem statement. So what we're trying to produce here is a wish list of data set ideas. This might not be what we have on hand. This is like, where could we go from here? And so what you see in front of you, the screen, the first one is this page. And we'll do this one together, and then we will do the last one a little bit in teams. But in this first one, the first goal of this, and this is something that you can do with your own teams, and you can do with us, is the first thing is you say, what is your problem statement and what are the themes that come from it? So I stated the problem statement that was given to me by this wonderful team. Thank you, Chris and Erin. And then I pulled out some of the themes that were available in that. So my first question would be, are we missing anything in the theme? When we say that our problem statement is to improve the infrastructure and transportation services to accommodate the needs of older residents, and that means we have to think about community, infrastructure, service, mobility, and aging, are we missing anything, or does those 5 capture it? Chris, what about you? You can answer a question. Did we miss anything there? Not a trick question. I actually tried to write down everything I thought of. So this is like, you guys get to put it on me now. All right, then I'm going to move us on to the next one. We'll assume that's perfect, and we can always iterate and come back. Then we say, who's engaged or impacted by this work? And so I wrote engaged, the people in this room. We have community leaders, the AARP, the League of Cities, ISU Extension, you. I would add families. You know, this point that we have to weigh the needs of the aging population with the younger population, as both seem to be vulnerable transportation riders, you know, that they would be in there as well. It's important to recognize who's engaged because those are people who might have access to data. So who else would we throw on this list? Not a rhetorical question. And you can just shout it out. Is there anyone that you would add to this? Yes, great. Yes, excellent. That was employers, faith community, like the business bureau maybe. Schools, absolutely. Great. And we could keep coming up with names, but those are all great places, and even to be thinking about for your own notes, to be saying, okay, now that we have schools, let's think about what school data are. Now that we have a faith community, is there any data? Impacted. Here are the people that might be impacted by the changes we're suggesting. That could be community members, transportation providers, service providers, employers. Would put schools back in there from before, that was great. Do you want me to switch it? Okay. So we can start with this list. Are there any others that you'd throw out? All right. awesome. That's a great example. I would say, just as like a side note, this isolation issue is super important, and it has really important health consequences. So we just finished up, actually right now on the other side of town, I have a research team presenting to the department. We've done work with the Department of Public Health, and our main finding was around social isolation. So they've asked us to provide policy recommendations, and at the end of the, we interviewed all of these people, and at the end of the day, the biggest impact on their health is social isolation. So I agree, this is super critical. Okay, so so I've added that. That's a great one, thanks, Chris. And I'm looking now at this third column over what are the internal or external factors that might affect this space. So again, these are like all the domains, but they're also the people or groups. And you can see that on your handout, it's a little bit different than this. It includes things like the walkability of the city. That's a really important factor that affects what we're going to do. The mobility needs of the residents, the city and school bus routes, the city and school policies. Might even think a little bit about how Chris's isolation point might fit into there. What other factors should we be considering? If you were trying to solve a transit problem, what are some of the factors you would think about? Thank you. That's a great one. Funding would be enormous for this decision. What else? Now this might be something that if we just had Marshalltown in the room and they felt super comfortable, they'd be like, this super annoying person that blocks everything would be one of the things that shows up on our list. But you know, like the things and that you have to work through and move through to make sure that something happens. That's where you want to think about it in this space, because sometimes you're trying to bring reason to bear for a person or a committee or a group or something that might block you. And sometimes you're trying to bring evidence to bear to leverage to help someone who might advocate for you or some groups who might advocate for you to work in this way. So really thinking about those pathways to success and those barriers to success in this phase is really useful when we're trying to think about what data do we need. We don't just need data to solve a problem, we need data to solve a problem in Marshalltown. And that means that there are particular barriers and particular leverage points. And then we say, what is the desired outcome? And I left this open so we could brainstorm together. In the problem statement, we said we want to better accommodate the mobility needs of older residents, but what does that mean? This is perhaps the most important thing to decide before we brainstorm data. So that is why I left it blank. That works for me.
Maybe an understanding of what it is that they need or where they are wanting to go, kind of that basic. Didn't some of your earlier slides show that older residents were traveling greater distances?
That was all residents, but we would need to break that down into the older, yeah.
And then in the internal or external factors, like we put employers under the engaged column. If we speculate that older residents are working longer, we need to know what shifts or where those places of employment are to make sure that we can match up mobility needs to what time of day and what location of the city.
That's a great idea. So when do they need it? And where? What else? What do you want to see happen from this? What would be the ideal outcome of solving this problem? Is it to change a bus route? Is it to change the buses themselves so they're more mobility friendly? Is it to create more? Okay, so that might be, so we might be satisfied with just a decision, like a policy statement that this is where we want to go. We all can get on board that this is what we need and where we want to go, but maybe we won't require an action. Or does anyone want an action? We'll actually choose one, and that's going to matter for the data that we go for.
Does the desired outcome very similar to restating our problem and like a vision statement
part of what's unique about this step, and it could be encapsulated in the way that you're talking about it, is this is more of an, this is something I actually love, so thank you for bringing this up. This is one of my favorite things about this process. This is an accountability moment. This is where before you get into it, you say, what are we actually trying to do? And if we get data and we bring evidence to bear, will we do it? And I'll give you an example. In Allegheny County, they have created this, they call it something different, but it is their accountability pledge. And they say, we will only undertake data efforts, real data efforts, and they are very extensive and good, real data efforts to solve problems with public data, because it's for the public, if we intend to act on what we produce. And so then if they go through a process like this, at the end of it, they say, okay, we are committed to an action. And that's why it's important to say, are we going to talk about it at the end of this and just be better informed? Or is this an accountability moment for us where we say, we're going to go do all that we can to solve this as best as we can. And then if we see that an action is warranted, we are going to work towards that action. Of course, you can't say that it will get done. We know there are barriers, there are all these things. But this is the moment where you say what you're accountable to do at the end of this process. So thank you very much for stopping us there to get that out.
With something specific that is a unit of measurement, you know, so instead of just repeating this, we might say that Marshalltown transportation services are improved, you know, ridership by X number of river residents.
Or you might say, you know, someone said earlier, make it easier to get where you want to go.
How do you measure that?
Right. So you might say that we are committed to either changing the busing system or the bus infrastructure. That's where there would need to be brainstorming by the city itself, or we'd be willing to change the way that buses accommodate people, or we will do a series of, we'll make a declarative statement and we'll hold a series of public meetings and talk about it. You just want to be able to say that you're willing to do something at the end of all this. And then why that's important is the amount of data that you're going to produce and the data that you're going to end up choosing and how you focus on it will kind of be determined by whether or not we're working towards a very specific action, like looking for where routes should change, versus an action like we need to upgrade the technology within buses to account for some mobility needs. So we want to really think about where that action is going to happen here. And if you don't know because you're not sure where the data will take you, then it's something that we just pledge to do an action.
The evaluation piece, though, is really what comes right after that, because you're right. You do have to be able to, if you have your action and you do it, the next question is, did it have an impact? So there's a measurable outcome, but that comes after.
You have to do a little bit of the analysis.
Give this action first, because a lot of people will want to right away jump forward and evaluate, and their evaluation fails because they never really define what their ultimate improvement or action or output was going to be in the first place. And you're right, it's tough. How do you measure that there's people are more satisfied, or that there's increased ridership? It goes back to the qualitative and the quantitative discussion we had this morning. I'm going to more think quantitative. If we increased ridership and we had a way of knowing that, that's good. I don't know though if it was because older people are riding more or some other thing happened. I don't know, but if that was the goal, we don't care, but we're going to try and target on this older population. We still have a more ridership. I think it's a plus. Just we can't pinpoint it back to any action that we did.
And measurable outcomes, I would say, those are critical. I'll just go back for a second. Those are critical, and this seems like a silly thing, but it was not a silly thing. Is we were called in to do an evaluation of one of the of a community program, and the goal of the community program was to reduce gang violence and to keep kids off the streets, and it had like 3 or 4 stated mission goals. And we were coming in to evaluate, and then we talked about, all right, we're going to evaluate, and what do you want to happen at the end of it, and what can we evaluate? And in the end, they threw off every one of their items that's in their mission statement, because they said, well, I mean, if we don't get kids off of gangs, we're still useful, right? So throw that one out. And if this doesn't actually get kids off the street, that's fine. We're still useful, throw that one out. And at the end of the day, we couldn't come to anything to actually evaluate them on, because they threw out everything that was in their statements. And then we couldn't get to anything that they would actually act on, because we couldn't get anything that we were going to evaluate or find data around or whatever. So this is sometimes causes great havoc in an organization to actually say, what is it that we want? That first question, what do we want, is something that sometimes can be very difficult. But this last one on what do we want to do with this and what are we willing to do with this, I would not undersell that this is a really difficult thing to get an organization to come to agree on. And we've had to, in that case, we actually had to, that project went on, and then they finally pulled it and said, no, we can't agree on what you should evaluate us on. And that was really unfortunate. It was a great program. They needed evaluation to continue to get funding, but there was so much internal strife about what they could do that we pulled it. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. Was that the strategic thinking program that they do? Yeah, yeah. That's awesome. And actually, your beloved Hawkeyes have taken that on in the state of Iowa. Oh, you were? Yeah, they're really great. So we've met with those guys and are thinking about ways to incorporate some of that thinking into this process too. So they're kind of really overlapping pedagogies at this point, but what you're saying is exactly at the heart of where we're trying to go with this as well. So thank you very much. Okay, then you would take all of this. We kind of thought about it, and I know we have literally water skied over. Nope, we have not literally. I take that back. My son, who's a journalism guy, would shoot me for that. We did not literally water ski over anything. We metaphorically water skied over all of that, and now we are ready to move on and think broadly about what the data is that we might want to get. So again, I knew this would be fast, and we'd only have a couple minutes when we got to this piece, but this is really to say these are some of the things that we might have brainstormed, and I just plugged some of them in, but there are lots of other things. Like, so what are the data? Now that we've thought a little bit about who we should engage and who would be impact, and what are the factors in this space, and what are we trying to do, this is where we just have time to think, all right, let's write down some data. So what I'd like to do is just give everyone 2 or 3 minutes individually to think about this, and then just do shout outs to the group. Does that sound okay? Think big, whatever you want. I don't think I explained this very well, actually. When we're thinking at this point about the data, it's what data have you heard about? We might not have the ability to access it, but what do you know about in your role, or what have you heard about, and that's the data. So we're thinking of actual data here. Our data wish list. do one more minute to get your ideas down, and then we'll do some group share out. All right. Who would like to start us off? I actually saw a number of you writing, so I think we have some great ideas in the room. Go for it, Aaron. You have a lot on your piece of paper.
Okay. Well, I guess it depends on the category here, but I think there's a lot of sources for all of these. So state sources, of course, working with the various departments. Department of Management is near and dear to me. I get a lot of information from them. Most of it that's administrative data, but taking a look at public finance, especially, they would have school data. Of course, the school districts themselves would have that, and then the association would have a lot of information about schools. Parks, probably local information, real estate market. I wrote down Zillow and Trulia. They have a huge data set that they will share with certain trusted organizations, I guess we'll put it that way, as well as the data and information that is available open online. The city, again, would have their street data, road and street data, permits. At least in Iowa, Homeland Security and Emergency Management Division has a really interesting data set on the flood zones and damage assessments. I'm sure probably, Marshalltown, you're more than familiar. But I learned more recently that not every state makes that information from damage assessments publicly available. However, our state does do that, and they have a new system. I can't think of the name of it, but they have a new system that's a new data tool that can show the flooding areas. So that ties into housing data sets, because we can see houses that may or may not have been flooded. City limits, we could look at local ordinances. And of course, our academic institutions have a lot of data on all of these areas. If I look at transit, of course, there's state and local data sources, and then our regional groups, MPOs, RPAs, and so forth. Regional studies on walkability. Community categories, I jotted down a lot of stuff. State and federal sources, again, the state, I believe, contracts with some outside consultant or sources on local employment data, Salesforce, and that's what I got to. I was still writing when you told us to stop.
Yeah, just giving you more time. That was awesome. What else do we have in the room?
On transit, I just wrote down like trail counts. And then community, whether there's basically a labor study, that type of stuff. I just also wrote down like ethnic organizations. Is there anything we gained from any discussions with those different organizations?
Great idea.
I'll go next. Let's see. So I know census is on here, but sometimes that city data, if you're on the ISU extension, is much easier to manage than the census data. It's just concise, it's targeted for Iowa, and it's super helpful. The ESRI is also another source that kind of lets you know the business dynamic in your region, what we'll have a grassroots group come and bring an idea to the city, and the first thing the council's gonna do is look, is this part of this overall plan? And although we like your idea, but it's really not a part of this plan, maybe in 10 or 20 years it will be. So it just, I think it's good to align whatever visions are with the adopted plan for your community. And then, with Marshalltown specific, you know, as I look at this, the first thing that comes to my mind is there, along with the elderly, are there pockets of young families? Are there pockets of low income? Are there pockets of people who maybe have language barriers? You know, trying to identify some of those pockets in your community or target areas, target neighborhoods. And that I don't know exactly. I know in my community, I wouldn't really know, other than unless we had to do some, you know, for some grants to identify some low-income areas. I wouldn't have that information in my community, but a larger community may have that information available. So some of this may have to create and identify some of this data that isn't just out there for us.
Some of it will be harder. Thanks, Kemi. What other ideas that we should add to the list? To Chris's wish list of data that he's going to take home for his Christmas present this year?
Actually, one thing that isn't not detailed data, but when you think about the transit need of trying to figure out where people want to go and where is that gap in transportation, sometimes I think we're short-sighted in that we think about people just need to get to doctor's appointments or dentists, so thinking about why, because people just need access to transportation to go run errands or to the grocery store, or even, you know, different things other than immediate medical needs. There could be needs even, you know, at certain times of the day that we're not considering that they may have transit, and other times they need to use transit.
Yeah.
I considered that on a little bit larger scale. You know, is transit available on Saturday evening for either entertainment or church services, or Sunday morning for similar activities? And then, you know, we went through a project where we were arranging transportation to across the city, but to our senior meal sites, but then having to adapt to the needs of those participating, because some like to stay for cards afterward, but not everyone. And so, you know, working with DART to ensure that we had a couple of optional pickups available. So really kind of working to expand outside of our usual barriers to accommodate those needs. And then also kind of to touch on what you said, if there is a subset, and oftentimes aging or older population can be on a very strict budget. So is there a time of the month when either, you know, Social Security payments are made where those trips are ticking up higher? You know, I need to go to the store following the 1st or following the 15th, but, you know, I'm really not doing much shopping at other times during the month. Perhaps that's when I'm most heavily participating in use and running my errands. Does that mean that you need services 7 days a week and 30 days out of the month, or are you gonna, is your data going to reveal that there's higher peak times throughout the month? Well, based on that, as you talk, I just thought there's so many small businesses in our community that offer services. They don't advertise it, but if you call, they would, I sent you a list, would you deliver it? They would do it. Oh, yeah. Charges. So I think there's also those hidden opportunities that are out there that are not promoted or certainly commonly known.
And that could be an awesome data source to actually try and figure that out and think about how to use that.
Unfortunately, though, that's one of the things, it's one of the concerns. It's a great service. It solves part of the problem, but it creates a new problem, and that goes back to isolation. because now they don't have to get out at all. And so then we start getting into mental health issues related to this and everything else. So there's no easy solution for sure. But even with the, depending upon the community you're in, people might know, hey, we have a lot, we sell a lot more product after maybe through the 2nd through the 7th day of the month, because people got their paycheck and they come and shop. So we tend to not run as many sales during that time of the month compared to their time. So there are this disadvantage to not being able to have the mobility when things are priced better for you or what have you. So there's lots to look at.
Yeah. So if you have any additional ideas, please feel free to share them with Aaron or Chris, and they will make their way back to what these guys are thinking about for this project. And thank you so much. Oh, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just have one, and
Yes,
I feel
please.
dorky saying this because I know that I'm the AARP lady, but AARP has the livability index online.
That's a great one. Yeah. Thank
So it's what is the website? Oh, you'll send it out, right, Erin? And
Yep.
so it's kind of is everybody familiar with WalkScore? Right, so it's kind of like that, where it sort of scores your community based on a number of different factors. But I was just kind of clicking in here and looking at one thing related to transportation is if I'm in Marshalltown, I can say, I can click here and say, okay, compare Marshalltown's crashes per 100,000 to another city of a similar size, right? So if you can click compare and you can see the difference between Marshalltown and another city, it sort of helps you tell that story that you're trying to tell about your city. And there are a lot of, this is sorry, I lost the word, just a smush. It's a conglomeration of lots of different data points like quality of life, but there's also transportation and housing on here too.
What about merging, overlaying bus stop locations against things listed on your community calendar, like chamber events, or we're just not focusing on solely, I have a list of errands I need to run, but also improving the quality of life and reducing the tendency for isolation, then we should also probably include fun.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about isolation, at least in rural Iowa, Meals on Wheels, delivery into the homes, because we're not relying on them.
It's really great.
And the Meals on Wheels are interesting because for some people, if that is their social communication of the day, is meeting that person during that lunch hour, coming to their door, and those 3 to 5 minutes, sometimes it's longer, is still a lot more interaction between them than it is the pizza delivery guy, okay? So there's that, but also when it comes to knowing well-being of older population in your community, the people that serve Meals on Wheels are a good user group to have in a focus group meeting to talk to about some of the issues that they see. So kind of back to what we were talking about earlier about what different groups to go talk to. There's not the user group. It's a group, though, that interfaces with the target group that you're trying to study or work with.
Can I add EMS services to that list?
I was just gonna.
Because that's another population that we pull into conversations that are having direct communication in the home with homebound or isolated residents, a really common occurrence.
And then don't forget about your local police department.
Yeah.
Because they've had the
You don't
calls,
have the
911 calls for minor emergencies are good to be able to count on those as well.
It's so hard not to follow up, but I would say that those ones that we're talking about at the very end tend to be some of the most useful data that people use on other things, and they can be used in a wide variety of projects, not just on transportation. I'll give just a quick example with in one of the counties that our partners did research in last year. They found that over 90% of all of the calls for emergency services, and not just 911, but these things that we're talking about across different ranks, were all coming from the same neighborhood. And so they said, what's going on and how can we reduce it? And they actually took their funds and they went and built a park in there to try and do that. And they found that the reduction in calls and rates has been so significant this year that they had to hire out 2 different research teams to go and do a private evaluation because the city council had all called foul and said, there's no way that it's actually changed that much, it's impossible. And so they went and did 2 research teams to come and do it. So sometimes using that data to identify hot spots too, not just, to actually figure out where people are needing it and using it, and if that's an issue that a true vulnerability index of like extreme vulnerability has been useful for other communities. So thank you for bringing this up as well. I hadn't thought about it as much as transportation, but they're awesome data sources. Okay, Chris, sorry we went over, but thank you, and thanks everybody. I apologize, I'm gonna step out to go to, I have one more meeting today, but it has been a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Erin. Thank you. And so Chris, do I need to share
give me rights
something with you?
Just give me rights to share my screen, I think. Yep, I can pick and choose here. All right. You should be seeing a full screen. Not sure it doesn't want to. Do you have mouse control over there?
Like, to go forward?
Yeah. Say, I can't touch on that screen, so I might have to have you give me. Yeah, I need to have you give me oh. No, it's not. Okay, hold on 1 second then. Let me try one thing here.
I'm happy to report my livable community score is 62. I don't know what that is. Any other communities? I'll plug in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
Work.
Foster care, what other towns? Marshalltown, do you know?
I said a request for that, and we'll see if.
Oh, okay. If you hit down instead of over, will it advance?
54.
No.
Marshalltown, on the AARP livable community, it does it I don't know what the scores mean yet.
Do you want me to tag Heather?
Yeah, possibly here.
Oh, features.
Yeah, it's got 2 of me on here right now.
I feel like it's one of those reputation. Have you done one of those reputation where you put that in and keep your reputation? I don't do it, but I've seen it.
I'll see if I can find her quick. See, on my side it's saying that I already do control.
Yeah, 'cause we can see it, but I can't advance.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Yeah, if you have password stuff, you want to log into it. Yeah, so now, okay, I got myself back in. I had 2 of my in, so I think she can go back and share.
Yep, we sure will.
Try that again. And
You can say no audio.
where's, I didn't see that. Did you happen to see that?
I was just gonna say that there's a policy.
There you go.
Okay, I should be able to pick my.
But then again, they get it.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep it here because when I try to go to full screen, I'm just gonna do this without it. See, it shows all this stuff. Usually, it shouldn't be showing.
Hit that little guy right there.
This one? Okay. I just see what happens here. If I got the play, will it let me play?
It looks like it's going to a second screen.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. So let's just exit that and let's just do it this way.
Okay.
Okay.
Do your
All right. We'll do it like this. Yep. We'll make it work like this. Okay, so for the next less than an hour, I'll take you through a few things we've done with Marshalltown and then talk about data and what you do when you don't have data as well. And so, as we mentioned this morning, my job within the university, I'm in the Department of Landscape Architecture, but my appointment is with Extension to Communities and Economic Development. And so the research area I've worked on for the last decade or more has dealt with infrastructure that supports walkability and bikeability of the community for various different user groups. And so that was kind of the type of work I was doing, dealing with lots of different types of data when the project for the data science for the public good came about at Iowa State. And I was asked to become part of that team because in addition to that researcher hat, I wear the unofficial title of being the director of the ISU Indicators program, which is based out of economic development as well. And so we've been generating a lot of data, collecting a lot of data, census data, all kinds of data, putting it together to make it easily accessible. So all these things kind of came together to do this project with Marshalltown. Okay, it does change, good. So as I mentioned, it was we're looking at the public bus transportation was the project in Marshalltown, and trying to increase ridership or have a better understanding of what was going on with the busing system in that community. And so when you approach a project like this, we were working with our colleagues from Virginia Tech, and part of their interest in the project was also they don't typically deal with communities that are 25,000 people or less. They work with bigger communities. And so the question is, how does the process translate to what they would call a rural community? I mean, I was just working with some people on a grant proposal the other day, and they were wanting to talk about small communities or villages, as they called them. And as I was reading through the description, they were saying under 100,000 people. I'm like, whoa, that's almost all Iowa. You know, there's a whole different concept of what is a small community. And to them, 100,000 people was a small community. So, which is the whole point of that grant, because we're trying to look at different scales. And so it becomes really important. In the data discovery thing that we just went through with CAS, some of these will be a little bit of a repeat, but we do rely a lot on census data as the first go-to place, or the data that they produce. And the census is changing a bit. They are providing improved access for, I would say, developers to get their data and then reshare their data, is what we're seeing. Fact Finder, if you guys have used Fact Finder in the past, it's understanding that that website is going away soon. It will probably be replaced with something similar, but it didn't sound like they're going to call it the same name, but the way that it gets its data pulled into it is going to change a little bit. So we've been told that Fact Finder, as we know it, is going to change dramatically. The State Data Center, of course, has got lots of resources. Most of them, not most of them, a lot of the ones for demographic data just coming directly from the census, but they have a wide variety of other things. As Stu had mentioned, the DOT, with the transportation project, we relied on a lot of DOT data. What he didn't show you in his slide for the DOT's open data website is that they have, I think it was 11 or 11 categories of data right now. And when you click one of these, you can go into it and get more information. But if you have a local, if you're a local city and you have a GIS component to it, they can go and they can download data sets or link to data sets directly from the DOT and use those in their projects. The thing that I really like is they also have this link to printable maps. They also have a link to maps that are background maps for the work that you're doing. So maybe you're just drawing your GIS group is just making a simple map of the community, but they don't want to spend a lot of time making the background to be really nice. DOT has really nice transportation background maps. Then you can overlay it. If you have polygons, you're drawing different parks out on it, you want to be able to showcase that. It's kind of a nice, quick, and easy way to get items produced, other than you can go back, print, and share. And you mentioned the crash-based data. This is actually interesting for me, his presentation, because it used to be with the crash data, you had to make a certain call, and his name's not on here anymore, and you had to ask them to send you the data, and then you could do stuff with it. And that was just 5 years ago, and the data that you'd get was always a year behind, because it was really being manually processed. Well, they put more of it into the server network, and now they've tied it into kind of these reports that are episodic reports, but also they have a live system where you can go and extract it. And I found that to be really helpful over the years. I was talking with Stu afterwards and telling him how we're currently using it. We had a student just the other day that was accessing this, trying to find stuff in a different way, and we couldn't do it quite yet, but I bet anything within 3 months that word will have gotten back to DOT and they'll have that in there. What Stu didn't tell you is that our Iowa DOT tech team is like super high up there in terms of recognition in this country for being extremely innovative in how they do open data and share data. Their snowplow data won a big national award because they're finding ways to pull in information and then share it to the public and the users. So we also have an extension, it was mentioned, some of our data sets that we collect. We produce something called the Data for Decision Makers, and these are typically 4-page reports. We have profiles for all 99 counties, and I can't really zoom in here, but in this one, for example, for Marshalltown, we'll have some simple metrics. The first top left one is about total population, and we'll show 2000, 2010. This screenshot was taken when we had 2016 data, and it'll show you the comparisons. Yeah, we'll compare with the different cities that are in the county, so you can see those age pyramids for the county, and use a lot more data. We always have more data that we can put into these things, but we're trying to just put a simple profile. And so when we first started out, we did just the counties. Extension used to do these back, they stopped doing them around 2012. At that point, they were printed reports, and they aged very quickly by the time they were printed and out to the county offices. And so the new way that we're doing these things is they are generated upon request off the website, and it pulls the most recent data that we have in the website. So it's highly possible because the data is released at different times during the year. So when we get that new data set, we plug it in, and it might be that the data the paper or the PDF you got a month ago is different than this month's because one of these data providers has updated their data with the latest year's information. And so we've been doing those. We've done them at the city level. For the cities, a lot of data in small communities is not available. It has been stricken from the report because it's too easy to identify who those individuals might be. So when there's a small N, they don't give us that data. So what we have is we have 4-page reports for communities that are like 600 and some or above. Under 600, it's a 2-page report because that's all the data that we can get out of those smaller communities. Also part of the data discovery, I mean, the collecting data I mentioned, the fact finder. There are a lot of nice summary files online that places produce. You do have to watch out your source whenever you go to these. When you go directly to Census, it's their source. I've been to some other, not necessarily Wikipedia, but similar types of things that are reporting data. And you go and you're looking at it, and all of a sudden you realize that they have Marshalltown maybe in Iowa, but in the wrong county. Okay? Somehow it got miscoded when they did their work, and they showed up in the wrong county. So it's comparing its population to a county that it's not in. And so it kind of makes you wonder what happened. It might have just been a simple code entry issue when the people transferred it in. Census Bureau had the same issue several years ago. We had cities, we downloaded their places database, and we had cities showing up in the wrong counties, and that was kind of fun. We couldn't quite figure out why. Some cities' population totals were higher than the county total, and that was what was going on. A lot of that kind of stuff with more scrutiny and more prevalence of data online and availability has reduced any of those errors because there's just more people seeing and using the data than ever before. This one I found. Now this is one we didn't have this one when we did the project in Marshalltown. It was a comprehensive annual financial report. We had our own IGFI report, but what was really neat about this one, and the reason I was looking at this the other day, is it had the organizational chart. Now, granted, that's something we could get into a conversation with the city. We had an idea of who that was, but having information like this, if you're going into a new community to work, is also an important resource to have, because you're going to be relying on different people in the city to help you get information. So seeing who's in charge of what, instead of having to scribble this down on a piece of paper during a meeting, it's really nice to have something like this. Of course, there are some of the financial data. If we were looking at, well, what percentage of those budget is spent each year on parks and recreation, or that kind of information could be helpful. And how does it compare then to other cities of a similar size? Like you were saying, you can sometimes get that information out of these reports. Labor share analysis. We didn't grab this one. Our partners in Virginia Tech found this one right away when they're working. But in this long, lengthy report, they had a lot of data in here that we didn't need, and that was part of it. You go through the data process. Great, we found data, but what in here can we really use? But it is interesting to look at labor sheds, and always just to find out how many people are coming into a community for work and how many of them are leaving that community to go elsewhere for work, but they reside there. And so a lot of cities have reports like this. So as we continued working through the process in Marshalltown and collecting data, parcel data, most communities have parcel data. The community might not have it. The county might instead hold it, or they have someone they've hired as a consultant to take care of their parcel management. And a lot of times we'll do the data discovery, and people will say, we'll get parcel information. And they recognize that they can go online and they can see all the parcel data. They can see when the house was bought, how old it was, and all that kind of information. So we should be able to get it too, right? Well, you realize then that there's a technology issue here, because going online and having an interface show up where you can pick one county or one parcel and see the profile of that one parcel is okay, but now do that for 10,000. How are you going to do that? You can't go and click and copy all this down. You want the original data source. Some counties will give you that for a small fee, just a fee for them to transfer the data. Other counties around the country charge quite a bit for it. If you get into private, in some cities, sometimes they realize that they find out they don't own their data. It's really great, because the contract says that the company that is doing the import of that data actually owns it's the repurposed data or a refactoring of that data. They own that. You only own the raw spreadsheet file that you gave them. So what's one thing to be important to find out is who actually owns the data when you're working with city and governments. Of course, we went to the DOT and we got the street and road network. Theirs is, for the most part around the state, the DOT's data set is the most up to date, especially in rural Iowa. City of Des Moines, different story. I mean, they have a robust system where their data gets updated and then they make reports back to the state and it gets absorbed into that database. But for most communities, this is the source we'd go to, is the state DOT's network. When we first started working with Marshalltown and understanding where the data was, of course, they had a nice list of where the bus stops were and everything, but there have been a few changes that had happened, and so this was one of the maps we got in terms of what the north route now looked like, and valuable information to have in an analog form, so now we need to make it digital, and that's part of a typical process. Sometimes you have to digitize some data to bring it into your system so you can utilize it. And that's probably changed since then. But in the end, you end up, we put together a map. We had paper map of it, and there was a digital format, but it was not compatible necessarily directly with the rest of our data. And it was more work to make it compatible than it was just to redraw it. And so we did that. Again, a lot of times you get data that you just don't need, and you don't want to ever lose it. Set it to the side, kind of keep an inventory of data discovered but not needed, just in case down the road you recognize, ooh, you know what, that one piece of information was probably back in another file. You can go back and find it. We learned that kind of the hard way, because We did find some data later on. We realized, well, where did that go? Where did we store that on our computer, and what did we name it? So it's good to have a good inventory. Missing data for us, one of the big missing data pieces in Marshalltown, much like I'd say most communities in Iowa, is there is very little sidewalk trail infrastructure data that is available for the research team to use. Okay, even working in the city of Ames, they've got some data, we can get it from them, but sometimes it's a challenge, and they don't have all of it because now everything's been fully inventoried and drawn in, like roads and streets are. Okay, there's still gaps. I mean, the pedestrian network is still playing catch up to the automobile network in many of these communities in terms of being documented. And we were guilty of that too when we first started our project, just the way we did stuff. But okay, this is really hard to see. But we're gonna work with in a few minutes here is an OpenStreetMap. These streets, the color is just tough, but there's little dashed lines next to the streets here, the red dashed lines. Those represent sidewalks. And if you go to most communities and you look at Google Maps, they don't show you location of sidewalks because the data is just not in their system. And so that's what we were working to add into the system. And we were using OpenStreetMap, and kind of jumping ahead of myself, but we'll look at that closer in a moment. Sometimes you need to go around the community and do some actual on-the-ground inventory of things. And so we went around and photographed each bus stop and noted if there was seating, lighting, curb ramp by those things, and started recording that in the system. As Stu mentioned, the state just did a statewide assessment of bus stops. All right, that's right, Jessica. Bus stops on state highways or state roads that went through the communities. So they didn't get everything. They got just what was on the roads that they manage or have responsibility for. Now, you guys have your engineering firm has gone around and done the rest of the community to make up for that. In fact, I just talked to them the other day about strategizing and some things. So these things you get started in these projects, you find there's lots of different players working on different pieces, and that's good, but you have to have a plan for how can we share and collaborate in the end that we're both happy, we're all happy. In the design and engineering profession, I mean, a lot of things, it's competition. I mean, if the city isn't a client of firm A, well, then firm B is probably going to try and be, their provider, the engineering or consulting service for them. So sometimes you don't want to share all your secrets and all your data, but at the same time, it's part of the public good. And that's where Cass and I are coming from, is data science for the public good, and trying to make sure some of this data is available that can improve more than just a single item. And yeah.
The city of West Des Moines is working on collecting some data around broadband, ubiquity of broadband and equitable broadband access in West Des Moines, and we found the same thing that you're saying now. Carriers are very trepidatious to offer information about where they have broadband located within the city. We were able to find some success using an engineering firm as the go-between, so we couldn't sign non-disclosure agreements, but our engineering firm could. Mm-hmm. So the engineering firm could then sign NDAs with the internet service providers, and then they would coalesce that data and information and redact what we couldn't see, but at least we would get an idea of what areas of the community were dealt with restricted right-of-ways or what were lesser serviced areas.
Absolutely, and that's definitely true with the NDAs. A lot of cities can't legally do that, and that's where the engineering firm needs to be your go-between. So then we started merging some things together. We had our bus stop locations. We were looking at some of the demographic analysis, but one of the things that we did is we developed something called service areas around each bus stop to look at, and now we defined a service area as being, in this case, it was a half-mile distance. And when you develop a service area, you have to use it. You can do them in a couple different ways, but a lot of times you want to have a road or a street network in order to do that. And we could have had the street network, but then that means people might be walking in the street to get to the bus stop. So we relied on the sidewalk and trail network, and then that was why we were collecting that data. So our service areas, we'll look at one closer here in a little bit, but that's what the map on the right represents in the different bus stop locations. And so all of those locations are within a half-mile walking distance to the designated bus stop location. This might be read a little bit better. But then we also, within those different regions, we started counting how many housing units with no vehicle existed. So we had overlaid our service area on top of some of the demographic census block group data, and just started to do some addition in those service areas to find out what was in the space. Now, this is not as trivial as you might, wrong word, but this is not as easy as you would think, because you think, okay, well, just draw a polygon over top a map and you count how many people are in there. The problem is census block groups, you got really two polygons over top each other, and you can't just say because the area I'm interested in has this total number of people, because what if everybody that's in that census block group lives on the area outside of the area that you're studying? You don't have a good way of knowing that. So if you're doing census tracts, I think we'd only get a handful of census tracts that'll go across the city. Most rural communities, they are one census tract. You've got to get down to the block group, preferably down to the block, which is the smallest size, but you start to get more restricted data at that point. That we can use. General demographic data you can get sometimes, but it becomes really limited what you can and can't get at the block group publicly through the Census Bureau. You can go to one of their census research centers and get stuff for research, but that's a little bit different. So we looked at that. We looked at a whole bunch of stuff. I just have a couple here, but the stop service area demographics for the seniors, and this was looking at how many different seniors, according to the census, lived within that service area. Did the same thing. Here's a quarter-mile network, and here we're looking at the housing density, just to get an idea where the housing density was. And then here's the Hispanic population, and the lighter pink was the color that they were inside of what our service area was, and these census blocks, I think in this case, these are block groups, I guess. These were outside of where there was a bus stop within a quarter mile, and we did stuff at both a quarter and a half, and so you're seeing a few of these slides. Let me talk more about the service network, or service area networks. And so what we do is we use something called Manhattan or taxi cab. It's also Euclidean geometry, but process as opposed to just using a buffer. So a buffer would be as the crow flies, a straight line radius around a point. This is around schools, and this is just a half-mile look around the schools. But if we had just done the typical buffer, we just drawn a circle around each school a half-mile away. In this case, we looked at what the sidewalks were and where could you walk if you're limited to having to be on a road that has a sidewalk, and how far out can you go up to half-mile away. Okay, now you go a mile away, we can set whatever distance we want. But the focus on like a study like this is if you have destinations, you can start with your destinations that people want to go to. And a lot of times you think, well, people want to go from their home to here, right? Okay, well, that's fine, but let's work it backwards and let's go and say that they already got there, and now they want to get home from there. Think of it that way. Because if they can't walk those first few blocks around their destination, they probably aren't going to get there, and they aren't going to get back from there. And so a lot of times we will focus, like especially with schools, on just the half-mile round, because that's what needs to be fixed first. That's the first priority, and then keep working your way out to expand your network. Another example of some service network areas. This one in Marshalltown is we got a list from Jessica that was of destinations that we thought people would want to go to. And I'll talk more about how you find out what those destinations are in a minute. But we just used this as a prototype, as a starting place. So what are some of the destinations you feel pretty comfortable people would want to go to? And then at those destinations, we did the service area around those. And we could find out what areas, and maybe if we're looking at transportation for mobility or walkability, might have the highest priority around those areas. And this gives us an outline around the community of where those zones would be. We also are looking at where are there known populations of older residents. It could be because there's an apartment complex that tends to serve the needs of older residents. What was at the top left corner? What was the name of the no, on the top left. Yeah, Ember's up there. So higher concentration of older residents living up in that area as well. Okay. So what we were doing, we talked, Aaron and I've been talking about some type of dashboard. How can we see this data? Now, right now, this stuff's always in a PDF produced map, which is nice to look at, but sometimes you want to be able to play around with the data and look at yourself. So just to kind of start messing around with a little bit of this, and I'll show you that. I think. Let's see if I can change. My screen here. Any questions while I get this found where I need?
I was curious, I'm just on OpenMap. What's their source? Where are they pulling this data from?
It's us. It's crowdsourced. So we'll show you that. I have so many tabs open, it's not letting me go far enough down. Okay, does it work? Should be coming. There we go. Okay. So this particular example, this is just a web map we put together. This does have OpenStreetMap in the background, and so yeah, I'll answer your question now. It's the data that's in OpenStreetMap. Now, Google's data that Google has, they've gone and they've either purchased or acquired their data from official sources such as the DOT or other entities. What happened in, that was, in the U.S. we have data that flows a little bit freer from entity to entity. In other countries, that's not the case. If the government owns the data, they own the data, and there's no real good public access to that data. And so there was a need to come up with a way to create online maps. And so OpenStreetMap came out of that idea, and it would have, there were some known data sources, and they loaded those in, started making a database of the sources, and then if it was missing anything, they allowed the public to contribute it. And they might contribute, let's say, a bike trail by riding their bike, having a GPS as they did it, recording it, uploading the GPS trace or route into the system, and then they would know where that route was at. And that's how some things were getting on here. Again, continuously data gets better and better. We have aerial imagery. People would start tracing imagery and putting data in, and we're going to do that in just a few minutes here. But in this one, what I have is, so we have this background. This is Esri's base map, and let me zoom in. Maybe I can get in here close enough. Okay, so you can see now some of these sidewalks. I think over 95% of the sidewalks were drawn by my one of my students because we didn't have them in there. So he spent less time than you think. He got really good at this, drawing these in. And they're hard to see here, but I do want to point out that his sidewalks do cross the street. So there's a sidewalk here, and that shows a line connecting this sidewalk with the sidewalk over here. Okay, you'll see that when you look at your data. Yeah. We digitized everything in OpenStreetMap. Yeah, everything got digitized in OpenStreetMap using the ID editor, which we will use. The reason we did this is because we can download this data directly into our GIS system, okay? And we can cut out what we want and bring this data in. And when we first started doing this, we did this in Perry first, and then after we did it, we found out that we could do it better. And that's when we came back and started doing the crosswalks, because we learned from people that are doing autonomous vehicles that they want to see crosswalks in, even if they aren't painted. And it's just in the last 2 years that they're called tags, but that's how you identify a sidewalk. Yeah, sidewalk's a line, just like a road's a line, but they have different variables associated, so you know it's a sidewalk versus a road versus an alleyway. There's been more consistency put into how sidewalks are named in the system. In the United States, we call these things sidewalks. They call them footways in Europe often. You know, so there's a difference, and you'll see both words used. But roads and sidewalks are all part of this parent category of a line segment, and so things just cascade down as to the type that they are. But what we found out is we put this in that way now, as groups like Lyft or what have you are developing software, they can read their maps, and they take copies of these maps, and they freeze that copy as being official. They look for all kinds of errors in it before they start using it in their vehicles, and then they don't allow other new, you can't just go and make there's now going to be a road over here. No, that doesn't work. They have a tight review system that lets anything else into the system. But for the rest of us, we can at least access this and use it in research. And so by having the crosswalk in here, we can label it as a non-painted or crosswalk. So pedestrians still have the right to cross there because there's curb ramps or whatever, but it's a non-painted crosswalk area, and you can see that in the aerial. But anyways, what I had here, so I brought these in. The nice thing about these type of dashboards, you can bring in different types of imagery. So here's aerials from ESRI. I can also go and get rid of some of the data. So this is a black and white rendering. It's only different. Some of the data is turned off of the Marshalltown street network, and it's only a street network in this case. Some of the buildings are on in here. We compare this over to this is Ogden. I had nothing to do with this. Very few little things. Someone told me a couple weeks back. They said, "What's going on in your town over there? It's mapped like it's a major city." I said, "I don't know." So I went and started looking up what's going on, and you identify who's adding the data. And there's several people contributing data. For whatever reason, they've taken on to themselves that they want their city mapped. And so they've just been mapping everything in Boone County and getting buildings.
And you can see who?
I can see who the username is. I still don't know actually who the individual is, other than he's emailed me. I know he's at Iowa State, a student at Iowa State. But yeah, you can see, and I had one thing I put in there the other night, and I really wasn't sure about it, how to properly attribute it. And I can put a note in there and flag it, and another user came in and said, "Hey, CJ Seeger _LVM, that's my username. Why don't you try doing this and this to that?" Because I kept getting an error message. It gave me a warning that it'll take it, but really it doesn't like it. And it was I had a sidewalk that was floating in nowhere. It didn't connect to anything. It was just a sidewalk that was a dead sidewalk, not connected. And we ended up connecting it to a driveway that crossed over at one spot. Basically, it was one home. When you have a homeowner that has just a sidewalk only in front of their yard, and then there's none to the left or right, we connected it to the rest of the network because his driveway technically intersected the sidewalk, and that was the fix. But people are really good about helping out doing that. But anyways, that's this OpenStreetMap is the data that's feeding this, and then there's a program called Mapbox. They're a service. They're a paid service though, that lets you stylize. Now this is a freestyle. The data for different types of background maps, and then we use this in a variety of different things as just a background map, so we can put the rest of our data over top. But what's nice about this, you can really stylize it in cool ways. This is the Spider-Man look of Marshalltown. So you can change all kinds of colors on this. What I'm going to do is I made just a blank map. I got rid of everything on it so I could have a gray canvas. And I turned on just the sidewalks. And now I can see just the sidewalk network. And so what we're working to do is, you notice the crosswalks aren't in here. We're going to make this one so we can have crosswalks be a certain color, sidewalk be a certain color, paths and bicycles routes be a certain color. And we just see that pedestrian network instead of everything else. So that becomes really helpful. Let me switch back to this black and white one. So here we also brought in our median age. So here's the different median age in the community. We actually have the whole county here right now. But we click on any one of these and find out what the median age is. Surprisingly, there are different areas of the community where the median age is much lower than we thought. This is according to the census.
That's not really surprising, right? Those are lower median ages. Those also are our highest.
Yes, they are. No, but that was the whole point. When you first see them, when we were looking at when we just did a graph of the numbers, they were lower than we would expect it to. We have a graph that goes with this, and they start looking at that's the spatial piece. Where are they at? Oh, okay. Well, now it starts to make more sense. You know, the age goes up. You know, this part of town it's 37.1. You know, over in here, the average age is median age is 56.1. These communities in the west corner, almost 60. Okay, and so they had Census Bureau broke these down. Oh no, these are purely median ages. So we also have the same data by the ACS breakdown of every 5 years and the total population in different 5-year age cohorts. But no, you're absolutely right, Michelle, that this part of the town has some of the lowest ages. So that's why it's nice to have the map and not just the age pyramid graph. And then just bringing forward the service areas I talked about before. I showed you their map. Here's one of the service areas. So in this case, it's a little bit different than what I showed in the printed document because here the services overlap, so we can see the highest concentration amongst the services or SMID are in this area. And then we have one more. Oh, we can put the destinations on top and find out what these different destinations are. So, I mean, this is all technology piece of what we can do with data. You still have to be able to get the data. So let me bring this back to Keynote. And as I mentioned, you know, a lot of my work has been with trying to document infrastructure, and for time purposes, I'll try and move through this fairly fast. We talked about the eight domains of livability, and we start to look at those 8 domains. You can tie transportation, even though transportation is a single one right here. Transportation is still related to outdoor spaces and buildings because you have to get to them. It's still the social participation, the housing, several of these things, they have a transportation element to them. If you look at the 12 determinants of public health, is there 12, am I right, Sarah? There's 10, and then there's 2 other ones somewhere else. I don't know. There was 8 and 5. And the number keeps going. I'm not sure what the 2030 plans got in it because I know they changed slightly. But the built environment is one of them, which includes transportation, as being a really important thing. And if you live in an area close to a park and this and that, and what they've looked at the determinants of health, they have pretty good overlap, in my opinion, with the 8 domains of livability. And that's probably on purpose, but just some more examples of some environments. If you ever want pictures of bad environments, I got tons of these slides of sidewalks that just don't make any sense. But we used to have this program several years ago working with Iowa Department of Public Health, Sarah, on doing a walkability survey. And so this is one way when you go about getting data, is to put one of these surveys together and get out to people. The catch is still getting it to people to fill out and finding the population to fill this out. But we wanted to know things such as what type of locations do they most frequently want to walk or bike to? Where are those destinations at? We had a printed map for them to tell us where they felt there were barriers in their community, making it difficult to walk. If they had favorite routes that they liked to walk, they'd mark this on this paper map. And we played around with many different ways of doing this. We tried it online. You do stuff online, so that's a hurdle for people that aren't technologically savvy to do it. Paper has the benefit that you could still work with someone and interview them and have them help, map out where they like to go. But then you got to deal with getting that back in the computer, so you have that extra piece. So there's no easy way to do this. But we did. We got a lot of good data from that, and we were able to then do some other on-site inventory mapping and make some recommendations for those communities. Taking this further with our research now, we're really looking at OpenStreetMap to help us get some of the infrastructure data, because what we want to look at is some of what iWalk was doing, and that was still going back and mapping the infrastructure. Because even if we know all this data about where people want to go, we're still missing the infrastructure to help us understand how they're getting there. And so, now I'm going to jump through these. We've developed, well, we didn't really develop them, they existed, but we've developed these digitally so that we can use the OpenStreetMap data, and we can calculate an intersection density, something called link node ratio, and another one called PEDShed. All three are indexes to the walkability or bikeability of parts of a community. And interestingly enough, DOT also came out with a book that documents these same things in 2018. So we felt good, tell us we were on the right track. Our literature search found the same stuff theirs did. But here's like a link node example, and areas that were green were the most walkable. And as you work your way further out from the center core of this, I think this is Perry, community, you would you could see that there was just less options for walkability. Let me go back. Okay, so when we did this, someone mentioned walk score, and walk score is great if you're looking for destinations, but walk score doesn't take into account infrastructure data because it doesn't have it. That's, we just, like I said, we don't have that data. And so we did is we still went and looked at the walk score data, and then in Perry, where we had mapped out all the sidewalks, we did a comparison to find out if there were areas that showed that there should be a high desire for walkability based upon having a high walk score, but that area was deficient in actual infrastructure. Because those would be the areas most likely to target for improvement, because there's a good chance the demand was going to be there for it, and the infrastructure wasn't, and there was connections to be made. So we were able to take a little bit more refined look at that data. We did this for many communities in the state, and we found a lot of times there's what I call the donut effect. Your downtown has places people want to go, and it has great walkability, and then you get that first tier or ring around the downtown, and you have some destinations people want to go, you have fewer people living there, and you have fewer sidewalks. And then you go the next ring out, well, that's where everybody lives. They've got walkability out there, but they don't have connection to the center of the donut. And it's through that one zone where there needs to be better connections made, which is in that transition area. And one of the best cities to see that happening in is Carroll, Iowa. Okay, so let me see. So OpenStreetMap, I think we're going to jump over, just take a look at OpenStreetMap and have you guys, if you have your logins, I'll walk you through how to do one or two streets in there. And I mentioned I have one slide here that talks about many sources of imagery. There's really good imagery in OpenStreetMap to use, to follow, but if it's inadequate, remember you can also go and have another browser window open. Maybe your county has flown a more recent flight. You can visually see, oh yes, there is a sidewalk there. A lot of times, like this is great, we can see sidewalks in this imagery that we couldn't see in the imagery that was in OpenStreetMap because there was leaves on the trees in their image. So we could use this for confirmation. We didn't need to trace it. We just need to be able to see that, hey, look at that, there actually is, it extends all the way out to the road here, or there's a break somewhere. And so multiple imagery is an important thing to have. I gave everybody a copy of this sheet. This is using OpenStreetMap's built-in editor, and this is a really helpful guide. 2 weeks ago, I learned that there is a new editor being developed. It's in beta, but it is really powerful. And so if you want to go to this address right here, it's just bit.ly/id-v3, or write down. This is the beta version of this editor. I talked to the developers about it when I was at this conference last week, and I jokingly said, so it's going to be in beta for a while, like Google's Gmail was. And he looks at me and said, there's two of us. Of course it is. But it works. So it's one of those things. It works. It does most of what people want. They're just trying to make it faster. He says the main thing. They're trying to make everything run a little bit faster. So write this address down. I think this is a little bit easier editor to use, but feel free if you want to edit with the one that this document covers to do that. We'll probably have later on a document on this one too, but I'm still trying to find what doesn't work in this one. So I'm going to pull this up. So yeah, everybody got that address? bit.ly/id-v3. Okay. So right now I'm in Ogden. I'm going to zoom out. So when you go into the editor, you're going to need to navigate to somewhere in Iowa. I'm going to recommend trying to go maybe somewhere like Victor, Iowa, or another small community of your choice, I guess. I'm going to go take a look at Berkeley. Let's see what Berkeley's got done. Actually, I better go outside of this Boone County area because they've done all that. So I'm zooming in here to Baxter, Iowa. Anyway, my internet's slow, so I got these gaps. But once you get into where you want to be at, I'm just kind of look over your shoulder to yours so I can see.
I'm in Poland.
Okay, and you're using the traditional editor, and that's fine. You're just going to hit that one. Go back one. You can go back to where you were. You were okay. That was fine. Yep. You just edit with ID. You're good. Yep. Okay. You're good. I'll do it with both of them so you can see this in both of them. But with this particular editor, ID version 3 has toolbars along the top, and you can actually put your favorite tools that you're using up on the top, and you can manage that. There's a box here to help you do that. But when I want to start editing in this one, when you went to it, I started editing for you right away when you logged in. On the bottom of the screen, there's a little button that says Dev. You can click on that. It goes from Dev to Live, and that's just what just flips you into the editing. But now I can see, and I can edit this, and I can edit what's here. I could pick any one of these streets if I want to, and I could move them and do stuff. I don't want to do that. I do want to see the aerial, though. And so on the right side of the screen, this is the same on both editors, there is a layer icon, and I can click the layer icon, and I can change my background. And The one I've really liked using lately is Esri World Imagery called Clarity. And then I'm using my mouse to zoom in. And I see a sidewalk here that has never been digitized. So I will digitize that one so you can see it. So for me to digitize a sidewalk, on the top of my screen I have a line that I can digitize. I can add a driveway, I can add a sidewalk because I've added a sidewalk. You can also come over to your customized toolbox, and the add feature button is here, it's turned on. So if you don't have any of these icons on the top, you can just tell you want to add a feature. And when you do that, you'll get this list. And you can go through the list, or you can just type in, I'm going to type in the word sidewalk, and it finds the sidewalk for me. There's even moving walkways. I find sidewalk, and then I just have to go and click where the sidewalk exists. I'm going to start with this alleyway here because it crosses that alleyway. I'm just going to draw my line in. Make sure I touch the road so it intersects the road as if that's where they walk through. And that's the important thing when you put sidewalks in. You would like them to, don't just stop it here. However, you could. You could stop it here, and then you could draw from here across the road your crosswalks to me. I'll do that. I'll stop this one right here. I double clicked, it stopped it. And then I'm going to pan down here. I'm going to add in a crosswalk. And it's a type of crosswalk, is it? It's not marked. It's an unmarked crossing. I can put it across here. And now I've put 2 items into OpenStreetMap. When you're editing an OpenStreetMap, don't get carried away and do like 50 items at once. Do just a couple of them and then save them. That way, if you make a mistake, it's kind of hard to undo a mistake because this is a live document. The easiest way to undo a mistake is just to cancel, as opposed to try and go back. So, yep. Right here. Do you have the, okay, so you're in the regular ID editor. I'll come switch over to that in just a minute. You might not be in version 3. Let me hit save here. I'll switch back over 1 second. That's the only difference. The process is the same. The icons are slightly different spots. Let me just save this real quick. When I did this, what I want you to see, because this does this on both. When I'm ready to be done and save these edits in this case, I have a button that I can press to upload them. And it's going to give me a warning that I crossed a street without putting a node or clicking on the street. What I like about the version 3 of this is it will let me fix. I don't have to go manually fix it. I can just tell it for more things to fix. So here's the error, and I can inspect what I've put into it. There's all kinds of tags you can put on this stuff, you know, describing it further if you needed to. At this point, we're just happy having people get the data in for the geometry and identifying it as a sidewalk. But here it says I can connect the feature. When I hit connect, it automatically put this little icon here that's a crossing intersection with a road. So now I can go and I can tell to upload and put my comments in. I just added a sidewalk, hit upload. It will push that up to OpenStreetMap. Give it a little bit of time. It will become part of the OpenStreetMap base map set. That one's continuously being updated. Some of the other maps that I showed, like that black and white version, they only update that maybe once a week. Okay, because they have to go regenerate all of that data into their database, and they only do that every so often. Other ones are much quicker. It just depends. What they say is they're doing the whole globe. So their machines are constantly going from place to place to place, updating. But obviously, larger cities are going to have more frequent updates than we do. But ours is pretty good. Let me jump into the. Did you go into one that looks like this initially? Yeah. Okay. So when you go into this one, I'm going to tell it to edit. And so here's my town. I'm going to make sure my layer is clarity. Yep, I like that. Let me zoom in. Okay, here's another little sidewalk I can put in. So when I put a side, you said you only have line up here. Okay, that's right. Hit line. And when you go and draw this one in, start it here. I double click to end it. After I draw on the line, it'll ask me what is it. It only gives me the options that exist for lines. If this is a long list, you can scroll down or you can type it in. But sidewalk is listed right here. I can tell it's a sidewalk and it's been labeled. Maybe that's the only thing I wanted to put in. Tell I want to save it. Always give it a description. Add a sidewalk. If you want somebody to review your edits, you can check a box here. That will for sure put it into a queue for it to be reviewed before it's supposed to go on OSM. So if I hit upload, I mean, I feel pretty confident about that. And it's now part of that network, of the system, or the database. A lot of times people are looking for errors. You know, they're just looking through around their community and they say, hey, that's incorrectly labeled. In Marshalltown, the track at the school is actually, it was incorrectly labeled. I fixed it the other day. It was tied. It was linked to the football field, and technically they should be two different things. The football field is the playing field. The track around it is another type of recreational space. But it takes us a little bit of time to start playing with this. If you make a mistake and if you're in the new version and you make a mistake, what I found is the way to get out of it. It'll tell us you have two updates to make. Instead, go down here and click that live button and go from live. It'll say dev, but it means just developer view. Okay, it's way in the bottom of my screen. I have a red or a blue button that says live or dev. It's really hard to see it there. Bottom of the. Oh wait, wait 1 second. Yours won't have it. This is on the. Oh, okay. I'm gonna show you both. On this one, it's down here. If I switch over to the dev button and I had something that I had edited, it'd pop up and say, do you want to throw away, basically discard your edit? And you tell, yes, I want to discard it. In this version, I gotta remember here. And here I have just gone out of my editor, switched editors, and it will ask me if I want to discard it, or I can just close my session and I'll go away. And if you really make a mistake, like the other day, I accidentally did delete a tree that somebody put in, and I don't know how I did, but I was playing around with its values, and somehow I deleted it. And I just put a note in there that, hey, review this. Or I knew it was going to be deleted before I put it up. I couldn't figure out how to undo it. I said, review it. I made a mistake and deleted the tree. The person who reviewed it had the ability to reject my change and went in and took care of it. You can label points of interest in here. So let's say you want to put your water tower, on the map because it's not there. You can put the water tower on the map, playing field. One of the best things you can do is look at other communities that have done their data, and you can always inspect or I can click this road and I can see how the road is described. So here they have, it's residential, the name of the street, everything's right here on it. In Ogden, all the houses now have house numbers on them, which makes that really helpful. What happened, so this is a big database being used and consumed by different groups. Mapbox is a company that uses this free data. They ingest it, and then they allow people to use cartographic styling on it, which is what I did with that map. And then they let them host it, and they charge those developers of that map a fee for hosting it, but that developer might also sell a license to you to be able to use that as your background map, you know, things like that. It's how they're making some of their money. They do that to like online newspapers and what have you that are ingesting their specially looking map. They've stylized maybe for the New York Times or whoever. A while back, in the early days of this, what would happen if somebody went and changed the name of New York City to something else? Okay. Well, they did. And they changed a bunch of names of the cities in New York to inappropriate names. And it was out there briefly. Mapbox had a method for reviewing any changes that were made. They found a way to get around that. Now, Mapbox is the leader in this. They came back, this was several years ago, and they shut down any of those holes. They have a whole new process that they do, and that's one of the things. So it's still really reliable data because now they go through way more filters than we do. We're just relying on the regular OpenStreetMap data, but you can usually see if there's errors. You can, if you're watching your city, you can see what changes have been made to your city and manage it that way. But this is the only way we know of to really get sidewalk or other infrastructure data. Bike racks, we've been putting bike racks in where those locations are at, bus stops.
When you're doing that, maybe you have to like one node, like one half block of the node of the sidewalk done. Is that the cleanest way to do it, or just like a long segment?
Oh, in this case, if I was sitting doing this and actually working on, I probably would have done this whole block. You know, I still would have done a segment from here. I would have tapped on this alleyway. And it looks like I can see that sidewalk comes all the way through to here. I'm not sure if it connects here, though. Okay, I just can't see through that tree to tell. It might be it's like this one. It comes down and it just stops here. And so I'd probably stop it here right now. I might go up and open up another viewer to see if I can get an aerial of that spot. Maybe I switch around my aerials here to see if I can find one that shows it without. I'm not really seeing one right now. But the other thing my student did when he ran into problems like this is he had on his other screen, he had Google Map View opened up. And he just put the dot in that spot, and he could pan real quick and say, yep, it connects. And then he drew it.
So it doesn't much matter when you're digitizing it, where you really have the line, that hopefully doesn't crash.
Yeah, and look, part of it is you would like to try and make sure you're trying doing like things. So if I was just adding sidewalks, really that's what you should do in that group. Add sidewalks. So when your note goes in, just say added several sidewalks, submit. If I'm adding buildings, do a couple of buildings, submit. Do it in small batches. The line segment, if you ask what where my break was at, no, I can come back here now. It's no problem. You know, I'm tired. It's the end of the day. I come back tomorrow. I can pick up where I left off and be putting these things in. Okay.
This map is really outdated. Is there a way to get a?
Which map? How is it outdated?
I mean, there's a lot of development that's happened since the.
Oh, the aerial image is outdated?
Yeah.
On the clarity one, it's the same thing. Are you on? Which layer are you looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the clarity one is really clear, but it is not as new as a few other ones.
Okay.
There is I saw a post last week that they have another new one coming online that's supposed to be from early 2019. Okay. But you can also, I'm working on trying to figure out how to get, Iowa has something called the Ortho Photo Server that they host that's got aerial imagery flowing typically every year. I'm trying to figure out how to get that pulled into here. Okay. And when I have that figured out, I will publish it in one of these to tell people how to do it. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of the session I had for you. If you got questions on this down the road, feel free to contact me. We're going to be producing several more of these how-to sheets, but in the meantime, if you've got a question on how to do something, send me an email on it, and my student Thomas has been helping me put together some of these, and having your question helps inform us what we can do, a little recipe for how to solve, and then we'll send you a preview of it right away. It takes us a little longer to get published, but we'll send you a preview.
Perfect. Thanks, Chris. I know it's about 4 o'clock here, so that's when we had said we were going to try to wrap up. I just wanted to bring this back around. One quick point, if I might add. to tag on to what Cass was saying when they talked about the initial research question with Marshalltown, she talked a lot about actions and how we're going to use data and do projects that actually will see an action and an outcome as the sort of end result. And I think, Michelle, if I can hopefully not entirely put you on the spot, but you had shared that your public works person was recognized for making improvements in transit. Is that? Oh, transit director.
So he got a state recognition and then just got federal recognition from the association.
Yeah.
Person at all. I have no idea. I just know he got recognized for most improved transit system.
Oh, fantastic. So there's an outcome right there that's been, but we appreciate your community engagement with our project too along the way. You guys have been fantastic to work with as we've asked questions and tried to gather more data from you all, so I appreciate that as well. So again, one more thank you to AARP for their generous sponsorship of our event, and thank you all for joining us too. I know several of you have traveled quite a ways, so appreciate that. And if you have any questions for me or any of our speakers, feel free to email me, and you will hear from me yet this week with the presentations and links that we talked about in our sessions today. Thanks a lot.
It was nice to meet you.
So